Okay, welcome to entire application, React Redux Thunk. Index.js is entry file. I said file because name index.js starts with small case, and it is not a component. It is configuration file. At first, we import modules or libraries, input functionality and code from modules or libraries. What we need for configuration. Okay, we need React. Create root is function from module React DOM client. Look at, we have a DOM, React-DOM through client. It is about browser. It is about document object model, create root. Provider is start with capital letters. It is a React element. React element, when we said React element, it is same as we said a React component. And it coming from React Redux module, and the role of that React element is connect React and Redux. We must know that React and Redux is two separate open source, two separate team in Facebook, because Redux can be used in any others frameworks or libraries like Angular, etc. And that is possible because of separate team developing. Of course, it is the most often Redux most often is used in React, because that connection between two teams and cooperation inside Facebook. Store, import store. Again, we have small case beginning, that name store beginning with small case from, and it coming from App Store. That is our coding. That store will be our coding. We will see in the some of next video. And store is principal part of Redux. Store is a central place for state and central place for manage that state. Store. Redux is state management, high-level state management. Why I said high level? Because we have use state hook in React for manage local state, but it is not that use state. It is function. It is not full state manager, but Redux is it. Store and app. Import app. It is topic component of all components of trees of components in React. And we have here imported all about imported store, and it is Redux, and the imported provider would connect Redux and React, and import app. It is one component, a topic component in a React application, in any React application. And we need that app. You will see next. After that import, we declare object, container and object root. Container equal, you see, document dot get element by ID method of document. What document? What is object document? It is document object model object. Document object model. Get element by ID is a method of document object model. And with that method, we identify by name, here is a root, identify element in a document object model. In this situation, container would be a document object model for actually representation. It is actually, container would be actual document object model. Actual document object model. And we will see that thanks to div named root in index.html, and that index.html you will find in public in public folder, and that index.html is the first file, like home page. It happened in the level of HTML, in the level of hypertext transfer protocol, when we call address, coming index.html, and that index.html, there is only div document of element, only one element, div documents, and name of that div documents is a root. And when we look at the page source, we'll see only index.html, and we will see only div named root all the time, all of our running our application, because it is one document object model. It is a single page document object model. But container is actual document object model. And we will see that actual document object model, we will see in developer side of browser. It is what we see on the screen, but we don't see it in page source view. Because React application, React Redux Thunk application, the loading in our browser and executes and running in our browser. Complete JavaScript application, React application, coming in our browser and running in our browser. And it is configured in background that we see on the screen actual document object model. We don't see on the screen single page because it is only div named root. We see actual document object model. We see web pages. And React application, there is a third document object model. It is a virtual document object model. We can think all is virtual, what is in the computer, but no, look at, we have container for actual document object model. And we will see that in some part of developer side of browser, of our browser. It is after push F12 on your keyboard. And a single page you see in page view, document object model. Actual document object model you see in you see on the screen. You don't see document object model, you see web page. It is actual web page and actual document object model. And here it is container. Here it is container. Container is object, declaring object container, real object, in which we see, what we have in the screen, and it is a document object model of that what we see on the screen. We call that actually document object model and document and web pages. And if we have document object model, something like HTML, we have a root. Root, it is functionality, it is object, it is basic of React application. Root, it is root of our React application. And that object root, there is a method render, but we declare object root by a function create root. We assign possibilities of create root, give that root possibility that our application run in container. Create root, there is a parameter container. You will see container is not on quote because container is our object. And here declaration of object root equal create root. It is create root coming from a React DOM client. Create root, there is a container for parameter. And now one step more for configure all our application, React Redux Thunk application. Root.render, method render is object root, there is a method render. And that method render for parameter, there is a element, a React element provider. It begins with capital letters, provider. And HTML elements start with small case. React elements start with capital case. And this provider, React element provider, there is a properties. React look to elements, React elements as object. And object, there is a properties. Because of that, we call store properties, short props. And props equal, in curly brackets, equal store. Why in curly brackets? Because store, we will see, it is object in JavaScript. And writing like this, it is connection between provider, something writing as HTML notation, we can say that, and JavaScript. All what is JavaScript, it is always some variable, object variable. It is in curly brackets when we want it incorporate with the React element or HTML element. Curly brackets means that store is here is a variable with a different value, of course. Don't confuse when I call variable and object. I want to say that object is variable and variable is object. Provider a wrap around app.js about app React element. App React element is a topic component in a React application. In here we call app index.html from public folder. Go first to client, to browser. And he call index.js. In programming, every next step must be called. Every function must be called from somebody that can be executed. And this process is index.html is called first by hypertext transfer protocol. It is a rule like that in hypertext transfer protocol, that first loading in browser index.html. That index.html in first version will be visible when calling index.js. Now it is not visible, it happened in background. You see only on the index.html, we see only div named root. And index.js execute what we see when would be called. He execute what we see. Import, 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 import. This import, it is like we by hand coding that part of module or that part of library, React library. Or we copy that code. It means every import is coding what coming here in our index.js. And now I see we have 13 row. Some row is empty. 13, 14, 14 row. But in reality, with import, we really have maybe 1,000, 2,000 row here. A lot of code coming through import, and in the future more and more code coming from import, and less and less code we will coding. It is that modular programming we call also declarative because in declarative programming we have to less and less coding by our hand, and less and less coding. It means it changes our learning process, because we don't know all story. In imperative, we coding all. Imperative we called all. We can also import. Import is not only reason for declarative, but declarative is main characteristic. Declarative is that we have less and less coding, and that go more and more coding in background, and we must it import or even not it, because it is by default we can reach it. And declarative lose our logic, what we know from imperative, where we said all, where we declare object, variable. When we have that object, there is properties. We declare every function. We create function inside that, and create properties inside that object. Object call object, and call function in that object. Communicate object, and we create story, complete story. But look at now, we declare container equal document get element by ID root, and behind that, in the background, because of this import, concretely import create root, React DOM, we have a lot of job, what work behind scene, code behind scene, who give us possibility to row only this one statement, declare container. And in that moment, in that container, we will have execution. We will have actual document object model. And container is a real object, but we have a virtual document object also. React have. And for virtual, we don't need declare any object. Because of that, we call that virtual. It means that virtual running inside program don't have own container, we can say that, but running in application running all time when we surf in that application, JavaScript application React running. And in that running process, we have a virtual document object model. And because of that virtual document object model, if somebody somewhere add new post in our array, in our mock server project, all in the world will see that on a screen without refresh. Without refresh. When we spoke about web page in, before, for example, PHP and Java in the database, in a browser coming finished web page, it means coming HTML structure and CSS and coming script JavaScript if it is. But here in React application, in single page application, when we call some address, all JavaScript program, all React application coming in browser and rendering, component rendering and component create web pages. Component created, but they rendered in the browser. In this situation, they can be rendered on the server. We can produce finished HTML page on the server also. But JavaScript application, React application, our JavaScript application can execute on the server and send finished web page. Takes to know the JS technology. But here, this application, my application, running on our browser. Go to browser and running in browser and component rendering in browser, and we see final web page in the browser. But all the time we look at and surf through our application, we have running, and we have some web pages. It is actual web pages, but virtual web pages would be changed. Data will change in virtual. Virtual compare state in virtual document object model compared with actual document object model, and if it is different, we have immutable update and we see new actual document object model, and because of that we call that virtual document object model. Redux in React are two split software, split open source software library. Redux is pattern, it is design, and Redux is for memorize and for management of state, global state of React application. And React application give state, global state to Redux, and Redux manage it. Redux save it and manage it. Components which need that state, components in React, components subscribe to Redux and take state immediately after immutable update of that state. Immutable update of state happen in Redux. Concretely, principal part of Redux is store. And in that store there is a state, central state. We in our application now have only one global state. It is post. It is array post. In that array we have a post. Every post is a member. In that array, members are post, and the array, name of array, we call that postes, plural, posts. Store, there is a reducer and state. Reducer, name coming from reduce. There is a two input, one output. Input is action and state. What state? Original, actually state. And that state will be immutable update in reducer. From React coming dispatch action creator. Action creator produce action. About that in detail when coming time for that, when coming pages about that. Here is store important, reducer and state. And interesting now in code, we have not state visible, and it is that declarative programming. State, very important, but don't exist here in code. It is not visible. Why? Because configure store, function configure store, does all for us, all coding for us. They give us coding only what she don't know. Every store, there is a state, and it is have not discussion about that, and state we don't code. It create configure store. But what reducer will be, it is not known without recoding it. Concretely, what is a reducer? Here is a reducer. Reducer is there is a many, can be many reducer. How many? How many features? Reducers post, reducers comments, reducers replay, etc. Here we have a reducer, only one reducer, posts. I take this on the minimum, but a very powered application. It is basic application, based for all other. We can have more and more array. But here we have one array, it is post. And that our array is on the mock server. And we must set it. It is, but state exists. What state? State, concretely that state will have only one it will be only one state named post, and it would be array. Here we import configure store, we import post reducer. Look at post reducer coming from postsSlice, and it is that news, principal news. PostSlice is also configuration file about reducer, about action payload, about action type. All is in postsSlice, and we need one name, one thing. It is post reducer. That name post reducer configured also without us. We not directly configure it that name post reducer. We write postsSlice, we coding postsSlice, and we will see when time coming. But all what is possible, take background in coding, take a Redux toolkit, configure store coding instead of us. After important, and Redux toolkit is excellent update. It is last update, last version of Redux, and I like it very. Why? Anything what we understand, what we learn, what we like, and we continue to learn, continue to work with it. It is case with me. Export. We declare store equal configure store function, and in parameters in curly brackets we declare reducer, only one. When we would have more reducer, it would be reducer, and inside that a lot of, and that here reducer, it is properties of store. Store is object, properties is reducer, column, and that value of reducer is object, because it is in curly brackets, object would have one properties postes column, and value of that properties is post reducer, what we import update. There is nothing visible for us about state, but that state automatically configure store. How many features, that many properties of state. Here is a state like root state create, but that state there is only one properties, it is postes. But if we have comments, it will be second features and second reducer here. Comments, properties, column, comments reducer. If we have replay, would be replace, column, replace, reducer, etc. Okay, we concentrate on this one properties postes, because we have only one features. It is add post. We have add post, only two request. It is request fetch post, and the request add new post. We can add new post, and we can fetch that post. Other two requests, delete and update, here we don't need, because I want this React application simple as possible, because concentration go to complete React Redux Thunk application. Thunk is part of that Redux coming with Redux toolkit. It is nothing separately import, but I bold that in title of this video, because for many people Thunk is very hard, very confused. But all React when you start is confused. Even if you never programming anything in past, React is confused. And React Redux Thunk. And if you're coming from object-oriented programming or if you have 20, 30 years of programming experience and coming in React Redux, you will be confused, very confused, because there is no story, object, properties, etc. Create new object, create structure object, create function inside. No, but you have a finished object, what to do, all what is possible to do, and only give you something that you code. I said, complete coding go in background. React library and Redux library work for us, coding for us. For example, here is expert constant store equal configure store. And configure store create state, create a lot of in background, a lot of code in background. But here we must say reducer, column, curly brackets, post, only features, post, column, post reducer. And all that, what you need more, we will code in postsSlice. When you give a name, it is very important what is plural, what is singular. When we said postsS, plural, it is array. When we said post, singular, it is only one post. And the naming, we must be strict naming. Here is a reducer, there is a properties props, postsS, it is plural, it means it is array with all a post inside, every post is member of that array. Here you can compare graphical Redux React and graphical store, and here coding that store. And you can compare it with confusion. Why it is confusion in learning React? In graph you see store. Okay, in coding we have store, it is object. Reducer, okay, we have a reducer, one reducer with one reducer, but state, what is very important, we don't see here in coding, because configure store create that state. And when you start learning, nobody can you tell all in the first lesson. We must have introduction, and it is impossible. And now, who first time learning from this my video would be very, very confused. Even I said about state, about confusion, I show a diagram, but it is nothing without continuous learning, without learning what follow, about dispatch, action creator, about action, payload, action type, about state, about React, about use selector. It is for subscribe, when components subscribe to state, to central state, to Redux state. And we have state also in component. We can have state like add a new post. We will see in the future. But that local state we don't need. It is not global, and it is only temporary when we add new post, and that new post go to postsS, go to array in central state in store. Okay, about that in the future in the next video. Now you try to practice coding. Coding, and coding. You practice coding. How you learn, how you understand that confusion about React Redux Thunk. Like story. Now you know that you don't see all, that there is a lot of coding in background. Because of that we said React is library. And library means coding for us, a lot of code for us, what we import. And we coding only what is not default, what is not in every store. Concretely, every store there is a state, but how many features React library don't know. We must said what features, how many features. Here is only one features. And like that is in all other coding. It means that here, when you start coding, you will glance, you will look at this code and write import, configure, store in curly brackets, from, etc. But again and again, repeat and repeat, we less and less look at on letters, look at on this code, and more you have in your brain, but with understanding. More and more, you don't think about letter, but about import, configure, store, curly bracket, from, quote, single quote, monkey, Redux.js, / toolkit, new row, import, post reducer from, export, store. In that store, I must declare how many reducer. Here is a post reducer. Reducer, it is properties, column, reducer, name of that properties. Which properties? Of store. Store, there is a properties, reducer, a post column, post reducer. All is very, very confused, because if you never learn object, we don't know what is object. But here object, we don't create object like in object-oriented programming before. We have here concretely declare store equal configure store. There is a topic that I don't want to say all in this part about store, but big confusion is that we declare store object equal function. Object store equal function, and it is characteristic for functional programming. Functional programming is when object equal function. It means variable equal function. It means if variable can be parameter of function, also function can be parameter of function. And all that we must practice and practice, what I do all the time through my video. And look at now, in this video I spoke about modular programming. It is here, modular programming. I spoke declarative programming, imperative programming, also JavaScript. Here in coding you can use imperative programming. Declarative programming is higher programming than imperative. Imperative, we said we have more coding, because we create that background, that library. We create there is no library, there is no background. But here in declarative, we have a bigger and bigger background, less and less we programming. And It means that we don't spoke whole story in our coding, only part of the story. It's declarative. And functional. Functional, you see, object equal function. Object equal variable. It is variable. It means function is variable. It means function can be parameter of function. And in practice we will see how it is. But when we spoke about declarative, I said complete story, 99% of story of coding go back, and only 1% we code. It is like novel. When from novel we take only some sentence and all novel go back, what we understand? We was confused. What is it? What happened here? And also it is here. But with practice, we will accept that and love it because, okay, how memorize it? Import configure store, import post reduce, I will see what is it, and export constant store, configure store, that configure store, and that configure store I must say here features. I have only post and here it is only post. And again, import configure store. Now I don't look at in code. I thinking about my head. I must import configure store. It is a name for configuration file. It is configuration file of store, and who does it? Does it background core? What is name of that? It is name Redux / toolkit. What is Redux? Redux is a library. Redux is a pattern. What is React? React is library. And we import from that library what we need. We need configure store. Where? In store. And post reducer. Only that too. But in export constant store, I must write features. I have only one features. It is post. And I have only one state here, global state. Name of that state is postsS. And value of that state is post reducer. It means that when it comes to do with postsSlice, in postsSlice we configure, it is also configure file, it is not component, configure file. Configure file for what? For that reducer. And value is post reducer. Value coming, what we code that here in postsSlice. But what we must code? We must code that arrow input in reducer. We must code all about reducer. Input, action payload, action creator, etc. And now you learn it coding, that you code it 10, 20, my recording coding that is, I don't know, but over 1 minute, never coding below 1 minute. And I think all coding was, duration of all coding was 1 hour, but I not train enough and not make my goal as fast as possible, because I am teacher, I work like teacher of programming. I'm not a developer, and I'm not go to dialogue to interview for a job because I have job. My job is teacher. It is different than a developer. Developer, all this coding, what I code 1 hour, he must maybe 15 minutes, and it is excellent for complete application, React Redux Thunk, React Redux Thunk application. And here I separately every page, every file explain, and after that we have a type coding. What you see, it is my speed of typing, and you can compare with your, and after 10, 20, 100 repeating of you, maybe 10, 15 minutes you coding complete application. And if you understand all that, you are big career is in front of you. Is go to interview, and on the interview said interviewer, don't lose our time. I will say what I know. I will show you what I know. Give me minutes, 5, 10. I code complete application. If you give me 15 minutes or 20 minutes, and after that I show that it is work, and after that I correct error if there is error, and after that you ask me part what you want that I explain. And interviewer, we all. But what is important for interviewer, he will see that you like React, that you like programming, that you understand that part what you learn, and all out of that you don't know. And why ask you something out of that? You will learn it. You are very, very big enthusiast for this kind of programming, and it is visible for airplane. I learned all when I spoke about that. When I spoke about that and I listened that, I see that I didn't said very clear, and I said it again and again and again, and said the other thing again. I always find better and better sentence and method to explain code. How? Because feedback for me is listen what I said, and that inspire me and generate other thinking, other kind of explain. And explain by explain, like that I learn in better understand. I always something new, understand something new, develop something new, research. And it is job of teachers. Teachers like it, but you must like it also. You must spoke with something with it about what you learn. We must try to explain some part to friend who interested in that, who don't know nothing about that. You must know explain to like, explain by metaphor, by visuality, visual explanation about development, about programming, what you program, and try it, because in that process, when you explain something, in that process you will find a new explanation. In that process you will find what you wrong to said, because every sentence there is a limitation. Every sentence can be very, very limited, because in our head we know more than one sentence, and from that more go out different sentence, and they don't equal understandable learners. Okay, repeat. understand code, type, understand code, explain code somebody, type code, and repeat it, repeat and repeat and repeat until automatic. And after that, go to interview. And don't lose interviewer times and your times. Said interviewers, I will show you what I know. How many minutes give me that I coding something and explain that. Okay. Out of that, you look at on out of that as I don't know. Okay, let's get to write code. Here is app.js. First component in this explanation. It is topic component in every React application, React Redux Thunk application, app.js. Repeat, when we call some address from Node service, we at first in our browser coming index.html. Index.html. It is file in public folder in your application. And that index.html call index.js. Index.js we will show in previous video. There is app.js inside of provider. It means that index.js call app component. And app component with there is a two child here. Two child component, add post form and post list. It means that we have a rendering of post list, after that add post form, and after that app.js. It is always a process like that. Here is visible as a React, simple as possible, simple, because we have only, we must import add post form component, import post list. We will see after this how we code it, add post form, add post list. The beginning name beginning with capital letters and it is component, and how we write that component in return function app. In this situation, return add post form and post list. That component returns something, and post list component add post form return form for adding posting, new post. And post list is a name said what it is. It is a list of all posts. Up in upper side of the app component of our web pages, we will see form, and and below of this form we will see post list. It is a return of app component. Component is function. Here, name of that function is app, and there is a functionality that it is topic, and all other component is hierarchy on this app. There is a app here, there is a child, but some other application can have a grandchild, etc. It is hierarchy. And of course, in this moment, app is called in index.js inside provider component, and here we have a rendering. Here app call add post form and post list. It is function. Component is function. Every function must be called from some other function or some event, etc. And here it is. After rendering post list, add post, and app, we will see on the screen web page. Here is first example in this video where we have a component, and for now I said all about component in the simplest possible way. Component export default app. It is we need export because we must import somewhere that app. Also here we have import add post form, import post list. Because of that, when we coding add post form, we must have a statement export default app. Export can be more export inside one component. It means that can be more component in one component. Coding, we will see that example. But only one is default app, default export default. One is, and we must that import for take what we want from that, what component we want to take. Because of that, every component must have export if we need that import. If we don't need it import, if we use it in same component, we don't need export for that component. But in example, we will see about that. Maybe the most important here is calling. Who called index.html call index.js, index.js call app.js, and app.js call child add post form and post list. And after rendering, we will see on the screen what we see. We see actual document object model. We will see actual. When we look at in view source page, we see always single page. It is index.html. Because of that, we called it single page application. We always see single page index.html, and in that index.html we see div, HTML element div named root, And in index, we create a container, object container equal that document dot get by ID, name root, and it is container connected our object and our React object root is connected with the container. There is a container for parameter, and container is connected with the root. It means that we through div in index.html through element root, div element root, we will see actual document object model. Here is our application form. Add new post form. Here is post title, post content. It is input element and HTML element and text area element. And behind of that we have a list of post. F12 we have this developer look on our browser, and look at in okay, element. Look at element. You see div id equal root. But before of that, F12 again. Right click, view page source. What we see? We see index.html, and it is there is only element important for us, element div. Here it is, div id equal root. It is index, and we always see it. We don't see here a form list of posts. No, we see index.html. Because of that, we call this kind of application single page application. And that document object model will be all the time of running our our React application. It is one document object model what every React application has. Now where it is what we see on the screen, where is it is web page, where is document object model of that what we see on the screen? It is here, F12. Look at div id root. It is elements. Here is up. It is elements menu, and div id root. I show you little zooming. Here it is, a div, and I must expand it. Click here, expand it, expand section, add new post. You look at form, complete form. I must expand every code. Section 2 is about post, and every post is inside the article. Article, you look at post, and every post is article because we design like that. It is HTML structure. Okay, here is in elements visible actual document object model. And when we change, anything changes is in state, we have a new, we have rendering of component, what must be rendered, what depend about that mutate. And we see here in actual, we see new document object model, new actual document object model. And the third document object model is a virtual document object model. Virtual document object model we don't see here, and we don't see, but it is virtual because of that we don't see it here in browser, and because of that we call that virtual. Because actual we see in container, and container is connect with div, with index.html with the div. In that document object model, JavaScript cannot intervene and change that. Because of that, it is always the same to see. But JavaScript can use some element, can manipulate with the HTML element. And one of manipulation is this what we see. It is creation object, container, and connect that container to HTML element div, and use it to show actual document object model, which is not visible in a single page document object model. And because of that, it is two document object model, what we see in browser, single page and actual, but virtual is running inside program. We can see that it is all connection what mutate data, and altogether it is some structure of virtual document object model, and because of that we see immediately changes in news. Look at now post 34. Now I a lot of right here, for example, and when I save post, no, it is not. I not say now when I save post. Here it is. It is post 34, and it is visible here, of course. It is the last one. Look at post 34, and here it is all about content, title, and content. We don't need refresh. We don't need refresh. We write, save, and it's all. We see immediately. We don't need a refresh because of that construction with the three document object model, and virtual and actual and single page. It was part of understanding. If you understanding it, explore others' content and listen this video, this part more times. Okay, if you understand, you go to second. I don't know. I don't want to have more steps, because it is not second. It is understanding. If you're understanding, you can now explain something, try to explain something with your words. It is very important because it is when we explaining, our brain by default finds some error in our explanation, and we correct yourself. It is something unbelievable. If you don't explain in that part, you have not help of your brain. But when you're explaining, brain look at what you said and say you, okay, it can be said like this. Here you jump some part what beginner need, etc., etc. because of that it is important to explain. And try explain voicely, loudly, that you heard your earth, if you have not anybody to listen you. And it can help a lot. It is for brain is also interesting because when you explain somebody that it is better because you can have feedback, but that person is silent. You spoke, you explained, that person listen, and this is a moment when our brain must not have feedback, but your what you speak, how you explain, go back to your brain, and it is circle, and your brain correct you, and you speak, correct you, and listener listen you. And when you finished, okay, to have a listener is the best, but can help also when you explain yourself. In school, I learn in my room, and I want loud to speak it. We have some word. It is not popular because it is like memorization without knowledge. When you close book and complete with your word loudly. But I always learn like that. Loud, repeating. It helped for my now after learning English. All that years, I know that it's very, very important for mother language also. We go in school, we read book, and our vocabulary go up, and it is very important that our ears listen through ears, and that loudly that we talk. And it is same in English. We can read English, but A.J. Hodge excellent said, language don't go in our head by eyes, go in our head by in our brain, in our mind by ears. And I think it is very, very helped me. And when I was talk in classroom, it is public talk in front of classroom, my talking, I think so, it would do better, and I would be more confident to spoke in class, because I spoke to myself in my room. And I said, brain is very, very important. Brain is very, very important to listen. And in that moment, listen, brain react and correct you. It is like a blog. I write blog. I write diary. But in the time of internet, I write blog, and when I start blog, I know about what I want to speak, but I don't know every sentence what I write in that blog. And when I begin to write sentence by sentence, that sentence coming from what? That sentence and it is my brain produced some sentence, and I said more or less than I think, because my brain want to say something, and our brain generates something new during that writing, and you listen. Oh, it is something new. It get better or worse, but it get different, but. Brain generate some some news. It is also on social network. When you listen, read somebody's status, and that status imply that status generate in your brain some idea, and you write a response. It is your idea, what generated by that status. And other side also, other listener also can react on that. And it is all communication between people is by mouth and by ears. And when we communicate, it implies, it generates, we generate in our brain, would generate new idea, and conversation between people is the ultimate. This is basic condition for advancement of all our civilization. Okay, now let's get coding this. Coding, okay, if you understand, it is all I spoke, it is step one, understand. And step two, step one, understand and explain it, repeat it, voicely, loudly, yourself or somebody. And it is one step. And second step is coding, write code. That moment, at first, your brain, your eyes, you look at in this code and write copy of this code. And the first version, second version, look at in timing. And you are faster and faster, less and less time you need for that. At first, you see letters, and you look at in letters, and you copy letters, find letters on keyboard, and but after 10 times, 20 times, your brain look at story, don't look at letters, and you start remember story from here, and you can close the eye or not close the eye. You don't look at in this code, and you write. I have two components, child components. What is child of app? And here I coding app. I must import that two components. Import add post form, import post list in curly brackets from, etc. And after that, I must function. Component is function up. There is no parameter. In curly brackets, it go body of function. It is grammar of JavaScript, how to write function. And return, what return? Up return add post form, two component, child component, add post form and post list. I must write it. I write with capital letters, spacebar, slash, and sign of bigger, less or bigger. Here is bigger, and we called it. It is self-closed. React component self-closed. Here is app component, function app. But in index, here it is index. In index, we write this. And we can call it a React element. It is like HTML element. This is a React element. And React element can be self-closed, but can be also have two tags, open tag and close tag, like here is provider. And but when we see up here, is component, app component, and there it is app element. It is a React element. Here is a React component. Here is a React component, and there is React element, and here is React component. It is coding of component, and here in index.js we have it like React component, because app is here hierarchically it is on index.js, like app.js. Child here is child, it is React element, but add post form, here it is add post form, here is add post form component, because we create coding of that component. Now you train code, and train that you fast can coding, and that your brain knows story about that. You coding grammatically correct, but in your brain you thinking in story, not on letters. It is that automatic what you understand, you typing story, and the letters go fast forward, but in your brain you know story about React, and like that you will like more and more React, more and more practice, more and more like practice like, fast running ahead, fast typing ahead. And it is, don't forget exercise, running, walking, fitness, very, very important for developers, very, very important. It is a big energy generator. Teaching and developing is a big difference, because teaching, I like teacher. I think why I am teacher, because I like explain something what I understand. It means that I want and I like something understand, and I like explain it, but not yourself. And I explain by my channel, YouTube channel. I like to explain, and it is public. It is like public speech, public talking, public teaching. And my channel is open for React, for feedback. Okay. Now let's try type faster than me. You can see timing of me, how I need to type this, and I hope you will train that you 10 times faster than me. Let's typing, let's coding, let's write code. add post form component with the form as name said as, and that form there is a input field title for title and input field for content. We must import React and use state hook from React because we have local state, and that local state we will immutable update by hook use state. Import use dispatch because we have Redux for manage our global state. It is posts, and that use dispatch hook we import from React Redux. And import add new post. It is a function Thunk from postsSlice. It is function what get our title and content to outside mock server. It is in asynchronous process. It is function add new post, and it is in postsSlice. And here, when we import this import add new post from postsSlice, it is a reference to add new post, because add new post is Thunk, configured by function Thunk, and that configure function Thunk, it is in postsSlice, not here. And here we need only reference, and it is enough for this component, only reference. And this is add new post. It is a reference to function to Thunk add new post. And now we declare component add post form equal arrow function without parameter, and in the body of that arrow function we have at first declare a title, set title, content, set content. It is for immutable update our local state. Title is state, set title is function for immutable update that state. Equal use state, initial value is empty. Also for content, initial value, but final value would be what we type in title and content input box and text area box. Declare add request status variable, and set add request status again by use state hook, and the initial value is idle. What is it? It is flags, it is mark, it is moment, it is initial state, it is a moment if add request status is equal idle. We can push button, but if it is not equal idle, we can push button, but will not be effect. And it is one mark by what we don't permit action if we more times click the button on form. And the constant error, set error, is also initial value is null. It is a variable, it is a state for show value in our show error in our component. Declaration of dispatch object equal use dispatch. It is hook. What we need, it is hook from module React Redux. What we need when we work with Redux, it is a listener of event, and would be activate when something happen. In our situation, it is button click button would be activate, not directly, but by other function. And declare untitled change. It is connected with event on change. What we have in here, event on change. On change is event when we click outside of input box or outside of content text area, and that event on change call untitled changed, call that object. It is object equal arrow function. Call that function. It is in that moment on change. After that moment on change, we have update local state input and local state content. Untitled change object, declaration object equal arrow function, where parameter is event. What event? On change. It is event in input box or in text area. Here is input box. On change, when happen on change, when we click outside of input box, that moment activate in body of arrow function, we have set title, and parameter of set title is event.target.value. It is text what we type in input. On content change is the same. Event, parameter coming event, which event on change. And in body we have set content. I must correct this. It must be set content. But code work because I wrong write here also stay, and here is and it is okay, but must be set, and here is set also. It is what we want, how we want call. First member in array is state, is variable, and second is function. It is always in this distracted alignment, the structure alignment. Okay, in this moment we have update local state, and now we can push button in the form, and that title and content must go outside of our React in asynchron process to mock server. But what happened there, we will I talk on page when I would explain page postsSlice. Now we continue with this page. I see here you don't see all code. Here it is all. Here it is all code. You see now set title, set content, use state idle. Okay. Let's get continue. Here is declaration of variable can save. Can save would be 1 or 0 as a result of right side boolean title and boolean content and boolean add request status equal idle. And if we have title, if we have content, if we had and here it is, we create this boolean add request status, we said equal idle. If all is 1, can save would be 1, and we will see in button that it is condition for push button, for make button visible. And now we have we declare object on save post click. Its object would be called when we click button of our form, and that object on save post click equal function, asynchron function, and asynchron word asynchron, and always go with the word await, and that two keyword in JavaScript make possible that write the simplest possible code about promise, object promise. And at moment when object promise would be started, and we don't write 10 callback function, etc., because of this asynchron await. Here is arrow function without parameter, and in body of that arrow function we have if can save in curly brackets in structure if we coding what we need. We create structured try catch for catch error, try catch finally, and this structure is good for set add request status to idle again, but at first set add request status to pending, because when we click on button, we call on save post click, we activate asynchron function. In that moment start promise object, a promise we call also promise object, and that phase of promise it is phase of pending, and after that we will have fulfilled if would be all okay or rejected. About that we will see in postsSlice, but here we write set add request status to pending, and we blocked possibility click second, third time, more times on button with this our coding, set add request status to pending. Await, keyword await, and dispatch, here it is about Redux dispatch, add a new post, it is a reference of Thunk function. Thunk function is in postsSlice, because all about Redux is in postsSlice, and also Thunk function is also add a new post. Thunk function is in postsSlice, and we will see what happened in that function. Here, that function take title and content and and now we have that add new post. There is a parameter. Dot unwrap, I don't speak here about that. It is not important. It's something about error. I spoke in earlier video, but here is this important. Dispatch add new post. Dispatch add new post is action creator. Action creator. And the result of action creator will be action object, and that action object will have payload. It would be title and content, and there is a type of object. It is a script object type. Two members will have object type. It is we will see in postsSlice. It is string, and the payload. Here is the payload. We send title and content, what we write here in form. If all is okay, we will have set title. It is immutable update of title to nothing, and our form would be all nothing content, and stay content. Look at here. Set at content. If there is no dot, it means that up is also set content. Set content is a function for immutable update content field, and set error to null. If this await, go OK, and set error. Catch if would be error, we will see this, and finally in that part of structure try catch finally, I write code set add request status idle. It means all process is finished, and again we can write in title and content, and we can push button start, and the new post can go there. It's all about return I spoke earlier, and it's all code in this add post form. Now let's go to posts form. Below of form we have posts. We have post, but before that let's typing add post form, and if you understand this part, now you train typing this component add post form. Let's get coding this component, and you have my coding, how fast I coding, my error, and correct that error, and you see that time what I need for typing this component, and you can compete with me and train that you faster coding this component. Again, first understand code, and after that explain somebody. It is number one. Or explain yourself. Explain loudly, voicey. And second is coding, train code and repeat code faster and faster, but you have more and more images is embedded in your mind. You see images, not letters, what you type, and that images said you, okay, add post form is form for adding a post, and what I need in that form, title and content, for example. And when I push button, I start add new post Thunk. I start Thunk. It is a reference of Thunk. Add new post. I start Thunk, and it is reference to all code of that function in postsSlice. PostSlice is about Redux, about store, about reducer. PostSlice is about that, and add new post Thunk is created in that part of our coding, in that configuration file of Redux, configuration file of store, of reducer, and Thunk function, add new post, go out of our React application, go to mock server and add title and content in mock server, and after that coming back to React application, coming back ID, post ID, title and content, and it is payload for reducer. And reducer, there is original state input and that payload, and reducer, we push that payload to existing state, but it is writing. But Imer by library, what coming with the Redux toolkit, Imer library do job instead of us and copy original state, and to that copy push this payload, and altogether return like a new state. And at post form, I ask myself why here is async and await word when we have in add a new post in postsSlice async await. And the reason is that here in this dispatch add new post, we by reference start add new post, but this position here, this on save post click must wait a promise, and only with promise can wait a longer time. Shorter time, we don't need async and wait here, but in that situation you try delete async here and await, and it will work, because it's very short time when we have backup, when finished this row, when finished this page. But if it is a longer process, it would be stop and get ahead, set title, set title, set content, and forget for waiting. And because of that, we need async await here, and also in postsSlice asynchron await, because it is asynchron process. We get out from synchron and go in asynchron, and that is waiting. That is for true waiting, that we have response here and it would be post ID, title, and content, because because we send title and content by software on the mock server. That title and content get to posts array, and server give a numbered ID and send back to response post ID, title and content. Okay, let's get started this add post form. Try to code faster than me, but in that process, from look at the letters to not look at the letters, not look at in this code, and have images in a head. It is one sign that you know is when you get walk, or maybe other exercise, but get walk is ideal. When you get walk, you have in your head complete code, and you understand that like story. It is not memorize code. It is coding in your head. You see coding and you understand it. Why it is. You know, explain somebody every row of that coding. In that moment, you know what you learn, and you can reproduce, you can fast coding in front of a recruiter, in some interview, or you go to company and ask in human resource, do they have 5 minutes or 10 minutes that you show them what you know, how you know, how you coding, and how you understand that what you coding. Because important thing today for work, for job, is not knowledge of something, but it is consistent. It is like learn. It is initiative. It is enthusiasm, and how and like what you do, and have a reason that paying, that money is not only reason that you work, and altogether it is more important than knowledge. And people and human resource workers will see how you demonstrate, how you coding, how you explain that code. Will see that element of enthusiasm, like to learn, like initiative, have initiative, have team, like teams work, because he can ask how you learn it. It is a self-learning process maybe, but self-learning, it is not that you learn yourself, you teach yourself, but it means that you are manager, you manage your learning. You know what book to buy, you choose what book to buy, what course to buy, what course free to listen. It is that you have a possibility manage your self education. Also go in a school, you know in what school you want to go, and it is important to human resource. Ping pong, question answer. It is very, very complicated and losing time, and can be improvised. Only So only your performance can have a result is better than anything other. Perform what you know and how you work it and how you understand it, how you explain it, how deep understand it, and how you enjoy in it. Let's get started coding add post form. posts list component. There is a list of posts with title content. Post list.js. Import React useEffect from React. UseEffect we need, it is hook, it is a method, it is a function what activate after mounting of a component. It means when component mounting, we can inside that useEffect write function what we call. Here we call a fetch post. We call a function what bring us from a mock server all posts. Second, import use selector, use dispatch. Use dispatch we need for dispatch fetch post function. For dispatch Thunk function we need use dispatch. And use selector we need for subscribe to state in a store, Redux store state. Subscribe. What it means? By use selector we our component listening immutable update of state and update state on post list. Use selector, hook use selector. Use dispatch we need for dispatch our Thunk. Reference to Thunk, because we are now in post list.js and the fetch post function is in postsSlice, because in that postsSlice we have configuration function for configuration asynchron Thunk, and in postsSlice is all about Redux. It is action creator, reducer, all is there, Thunk, but post list is place where we need to have all posts, and because of that we import fetch post function. It is a reference to fetch post in postsSlice. And look at it is from postsSlice. We need reference, and when we dispatch fetch post here in this component, we really dispatch actually function in same name function in Thunk in function fetch post in postsSlice. Now we code post excerpt and constant post excerpt. We declare object, but that object is arrow function. It means that this what we look at now is component, functional component, a React component, and we don't export it because that component we use here. It is because simplicity and some kind of coding. Here in this component post excerpt we have only return, but we have a post. Every post there is a post ID, title and content will be designed here. It is simplest possible. In div article key we must key it is post ID, and h3 heading post title, and paragraph P post content. And again, parameter of arrow function is a post in curly brackets. It means that it is every concretely post by post. And we use it in map method. Map method will show it for every post from array post. All other code is in body of postsList component. We declare that component. We need export in front of constant postsList. We declare object postsList and equal arrow function without parameter. And in body of that arrow function, we have all code what follows. At first, we use dispatch to declare object dispatch equal method or hook or function use dispatch. Constant declare post variable, and here is a subscription to store, to state, and we declare state in our we declare variable post equal use selector, it is hook method, what assign all, select all post, what assign all post to variable posts. And after this row, we have variable post complete array with all post, and use selector listening every change, every immutable update in state, store state, we will have complete new post here. State is centralized. Redux is for that. We use Redux that we have centralized global state, and post is our global state, and all others location subscription, like here postsList component is subscribed to receive every changes in that state, and that post is properties, it is props here, it is state is centralized in Redux, and manipulation of that state, manage of that state is over reducer, over Redux. Here is only listening changes and take it here. And what is here? It is variable. We can say it is, but in words of React, it is properties. It is props of component, properties, short props of component postsList. Dispatch, constant post, there is, and constant post status, because we will see what is our state. It is post. It is array of all post, it is status, and it is error. It is object of three properties, post, status, and error. And now we have post, all post here in declaration. But after that we declare post status. Post status is also connection subscribed by use selector. State, parameter of use selector is arrow function, state is parameter, and in body we have state.post.status. Post is name of object, and status is properties of that object. It is status, and error, constant error equal use selector state, it is subscription for state.posts dot error. And again, here we have subscription to three properties of state. Our state is object named posts. Same name, there is properties posts. And status is properties also, and error is properties, our state, what is named postsS. It means that object postsS, there is properties, we will see that in slice, properties postsS also, status and error. Name of properties and object can be same. And here we have in post list, we have postsS, it is all post, we declare it by use selector, post status, we take it, and error use selector. All three properties of state, of object post, we declare here, and we have update of that, immutable update. When happen, use selector will bring activate mounting, activate rendering of component, and after rendering of this component we will have updated state. Now is useEffect. useEffect is hook, is method, is function. Parameter of that function is arrow function. No parameter in that arrow function, but in body there is a pardon. useEffect, there is two parameter. First parameter is arrow function. You look at curly brackets and finished curly brackets. Here is a comma after curly brackets. It is first parameter. And useEffect, that arrow function, first parameter, in body there is a post status. And if that post status equal idle and dispatch start, in that moment, in dispatch start, it is one parameter, that function, and the second parameter is array post status, comma dispatch. It means that useEffect will be start only if post status changed. It means if first rendering always first rendering we have always start dispatch fetch post status equal idle. We will see in postsSlice that starting position initial state of status is idle. It means that it is idle, and this is logical end, left and right side must be 1, and if post status equal idle, we can call dispatch fetch post, and the dispatch function is a method of store, and we dispatch this Thunk fetch post to store, but fetch post is Thunk, and fetch post take it out. Don't go directly to store, but go asynchron outside. Go asynchron outside of Thunk. Outside of Thunk, Thunk go outside, and it is asynchron process, and coming back with all post. Repeat. useEffect is method, is hook, what would be called by event mounting, finished mounting, by event finished rendering of component, concrete post list. And useEffect is called by that event, finished rendering. Call useEffect, and useEffect execute post status equal idle, and dispatch here in we call dispatch fetch post in logical statement. It is interesting, and in both situations, one left and right side of end, we have activate dispatch fetch post, and when finished that process fetch post, it is fetch post here is reference of fetch post Thunk in postsSlice, and that for fetch post go asynchronous out to mock server and take all post and coming back. But about fetch post, about Thunk, I will speak in postsSlice. Here it is important that it is asynchronous, but we don't before. Second parameter is array post status and dispatch. It means that if changes post status, useEffect will be called. It is dependency. useEffect dependent about post status and dispatch and changes. And useEffect is always called first time of mounting of rendering component. But next rendering of component, useEffect will not be called if post status not change and dispatch not changed. It is dependency. useEffect depend about post status and dispatch. For activate useEffect after first mounting of component. And I ask myself why here we have not asynchronous await like in add post form. Look at add post form. Add post form, here it is. We have dispatch, but we use asynchronous keyword await. Why? Because we add new post also in postsSlice have asynchronous await. But we have 2 times asynchronous. We have here in add post form where we started the dispatch of Thunk, add new post, we have asynchronous await, and also we have asynchronous await in postsSlice. But it is not case with useEffect. Why? Because function here in useEffect don't need wait and don't wait finished process of dispatch fetch post. Don't wait. It is not important for useEffect will be finished, and promise exists in fetch post, and that promise will waiting would be pending process, and after that resolved or reject there in postsSlice, and post will be show on the page when it is finished. useEffect don't wait and don't need wait that process. We see component, and when we see loading, for example, it is pending if promise is pending, and after that we see all post, all we see error. And why here we must wait that dispatch and Thunk process finished? Because we set title, we set title to nothing and set content to nothing. And if there is an error, what you can simulate error by changing something in HTTP address, for example, post 1, you call post 2, change 1 in 2, you will see that title field in form and content field would have text what we type, not empty, and we will see error. When we happen error, it means not finished successful dispatch. In that moment there is no set content to nothing and set title to nothing. Let's get back to useEffect. Okay, useEffect. Again, it is very interesting to start to call function dispatch, to call dispatch an argument fetch post. It is dispatch Thunk. Thunk is asynchron function, and we dispatch it. Fetch post here is reference, because up here we call it from postsSlice. It is a reference coming here. Let content, we declare object content, and write code declarative if else construction. If post status equal loading, we have question mark. It means that will be execute, if it is truth, would be execute execute code behind question mark. It is in braces, parentheses, content equal h1 heading, loading, and 3 dot in size h1 tag, HTML tag. Columns, here is the columns. Else, columns means else, and if post status not loading, not equal loading, will be execute code behind column. Post status equal succeeded. About columns, it means, because we have two columns, look at down, it means again else if, it is else, but here is else if, because there is more. Else if, it means post status else, if equal loading, and question mark after that column. If not post status equal loading, after column we have post status equal succeed. If it is true, if it is 1, after question mark we have content equal post.map, and parameter of method map is arrow function, what give us a list of all post excerpt, and post excerpt we saw that it is element, React element, what have design in HTML structure only, design every post, and if post status equals succeed, we will see every post in our post list. We will see our post list. Else, it is last column. If not true, post status loading. If not true, post status succeeded. We have content error. Content equal error inside the division. At last, we have return of this component, and that return inside the div section. We have title post, and below of that we have content. It would be error or it would be list of post. After this we can, if understand of post list, my explanation, you can explain yourself, voice loudly, voice explain yourself, explain somebody other, and start to coding. Let's get start coding, train coding this postlist.js and try to be faster than me. postsSlice.js is configuration file for Redux, and principal part of Redux is store, and inside that store there is a reducer and state. Here is what we must import. Import create slice and create async thunk. It is two functions what coming as news, big news in a new version of last version of the Redux.js toolkit. Import Axios from Axios. It is very popular library today, the most popular library today for send question to remote data, fetch data, add new data, etc. In this configuration file for Redux, now we code constant initial state. We declare constant initial state equal object, in curly brackets, it is object. That object, there is three properties: post, status, and error. Post properties equal, value of post properties is array. Squared braces means array. It is empty array. There is no data in initial state. There is no members in that post array. Status is idle. It is initial state of status. And the error is null. It is initial state. That initial state Redux store need it for a moment when opening application and there is no data, and in that moment reducer always have state, and there is a two input, state and action, but in that moment of opening state is indefinite, and thanks to initial state it is not indefinite. It is post status and error, post empty, status idle, and error null. Status here, post, it is array. It is understandable that we have members in that array. It will be state, what we see on the screen, etc. What we can set principal, main important post. But when we work without Redux, we have only post, we have only array, we have not object. We don't need status and error. Now, when we work with Redux, we need status and error, and post is only one member, one properties of that object. Object, his name is initial state, and that initial state object gives structure of our state. It is our state. Our state in this React Redux Thunk application, our state is object with these properties. Status, property status, we need for dispatch, for Thunk who get out, and Thunk send dispatch, phase from procedure, asynchronous procedure, and that dispatch depend about promises. Promises, when starting promises in asynchronous work, in the same moment we have pending status, would be pending, and when finished that period, when coming success, it will be, status will be fulfilled, and if we have some error, status will be rejected, and error will be message what would be. In this initial state, status is idle and error is null. Status idle means that there is no asynchronous processes. There is no asynchronous process, and when asynchronous process start, immediately we start pending, and we said that our status is loading. Excuse me if I something different said in the beginning. Status will be loading, and that status loading we use for animation of loading, etc. We can use to display in a visible part of our web pages. It is initial state. Here is a fetch post Thunk. Export constant fetch post is declaration of constant, declaration of object fetch post, declaration of function fetch post, because fetch post equal create asynchron Thunk function would create Thunk, and the parameter of create asynchron Thunk is post through fetch post. It is one parameter. Another is asynchron function, arrow function would have for result a payload from a remote server, mock server here. Constant response equal axios dot get method, and if all would be okay, result of this asynchronous process will be response data dot data, and it is payload of action object. Action object, there is two members, two properties. It is payload and object type. Here is object type post through fetch post always, but there is three possibility. Post slash fetch post is always here, but can be slash pending, slash fulfilled, or slash rejected. And that three and payload, where it is pending, payload there is nothing in that payload, but there is something. There is a status loading. Status in object we will be loading, and that loading is payload in object would have three members, posts array, status and error. Status loading, and we in coding said if status is loading, we activate some animation on our page. And the second, that dispatch Thunk dispatch that pending that object, and after pending finished success, we have fulfilled fetch post through fulfilled. It would be type of action, and action payload would be posts, what we have in our server, mock server. It would be payload, and if nothing in server, nothing would be payload, and nothing we don't see post list, would be empty, we see it. And constant response is object what receive that result of promise await axios dot get address in post 1. It is fulfilled. If rejected, if there is some error, payload would be error, message of error, and posts would be empty, nothing, because it is error, and status would be rejected, and we will see post through fetch post through rejected. It means pending, fulfilled, or rejected. It is three possible dispatch. Who make that dispatch? Make Thunk. Thunk create that three possible dispatch, always two, pending and fulfilled, pending and or rejected. And that send Thunk. Thunk, it is a reason for Thunk that he wrap around promise, and promise create, when starting promise, asynchronous process, we that period we have pending, post, fetch post, pending, and after that fulfilled or rejected. And promise cannot communicate with Redux. Promise is enough when we don't use Redux. But when we use Redux, we need middleware. What I read have only 53 row, and part of that middleware is function Thunk. That function Thunk is created by create asynchronous Thunk, and function Thunk, concretely fetch post is our Thunk, is take action creator. Action creator produce action, and this is two parameter, post, fetch post, comma, and asynchronous arrow function. What that two parameter is creator for action creator. Create action. What action? Action pending, action object. There is two members. It is object type. It is post, fetch post, pending or fulfilled and or rejected, and there is a payload. Constant response have data, response data. In that data will have empty array or will be full of post array, and depend about action type, pending, what emit, what produce promise. Depend of that, we create status. We create status. If action type pending, we create status is loading. If where it is can be visible, it can be visible in extra when fetch post is pending, we create status equal loading. We said that here in extra reducer. And if fulfilled, status would be succeeded. And we don't create here, we don't write about error. Back to here. Back to here, okay. And Thunk function. We need Thunk function when we work with Redux and when we have data from outside, when we need asynchronous process. Redux don't understand asynchronous processes, only synchronized processes. Redux directly dispatch from React application. It is synchronized, but asynchronous cannot read, and because of that we need middleware, and part of middleware is Thunk function, and that Thunk function create dispatch is possible to dispatch action creator from asynchronous working. And that asynchronous process, Redux and store and reducer coming normally in store, reducer pending, and that moment about pending, reducer will receive, dispatch would be fulfilled, and payload would be all array. Return response data down. If we received, it is fulfilled and we received post, that response data, where it go, or every response data, pending, fulfilled or rejected, where go, where return, to whom fetch post Thunk return data, to whom, to reducer, fetch post Thunk, loading reducer, dispatch to store. Dispatch is a method of store, and the Thunk can dispatch every that important moment, pending or fulfilled or rejected, dispatch to, it is action creator, dispatch action creator to store, and that reducer change depend about action object change or immutable update state. Response data here go to reducer, and because of that we need extra reducer. Again, we have in background coding declarative code, and you don't see from any code visible to screen. We don't coding nothing about connection without with response data, return response data, and extra reducer. We don't see, it is in background. But we must have extra reducer, and in this situation we have extra reducer for fetch post. We have extra reducer here, fetch post pending, state only changes status is would be part what would be changed, and we have immutable update. Status is from idle, status would be loading, and in coding we can set if loading, if status equal loading, we can show some animation about loading. And after that we have fulfilled, if it is all okay, fulfilled, and that moment status will be succeed, but state post dot post equal state dot post concat action payload. It means we will see complete all our post on the screen. For rejected, we don't write here. Don't need write because that error would be visible without that. If I delete this, I will not see on the screen. Reducer is for immutable update state in store, in Redux store, and every immutable update state reflect to render our component and to see that new state. And Thunk give data to reducer, what we call extra reducer, for differentiate asynchron process reducer was coming with Thunk, and regular reducer synchronize. We have not regular reducer here. We have not. And here is a postsSlice, but I go to get back and to see where we stay here. I said all about Thunk here because Redux don't understand asynchron processes. We must have middleware, we must have Thunk in that middleware, and Thunk produce action creator and send dispatch about asynchron process. Redux is full state manager. Without Redux, we have not state manager like Redux, but that management of state is only local. We update with use state, we immutable update our local state, and when we want centralize position for global state, we need Redux, and we need the Thunk for asynchron process, asynchron dispatch, because Thunk is convert that asynchron dispatches to synchronize, because Redux see Thunk dispatch, see Thunk as synchronized process. Okay, again, it's important to know that response data go to reducer, and we will see again all about concretely extra reducer, better say extra reducer. Here is a Thunk. We spoke about fetch data. It is to take all, to get all post from mock server. Here is add a new post. Also, it is Thunk because when we type title and content and push button, add new post start, add new post take it title and content, and go with it to outside in asynchron process, go outside in mock server and give it to server. Server software accept it and send back response. Send back response that new post, title and content, but also send back post ID, because server give post ID number, and send back complete post ID, title, and that payload, post ID, title, and content would be pushed to state by reducer, would be response data would be given to reducer, extra reducer, and extra reducer will we write push to existing state, but IMER library behind scan would be copy state, push that new to copy, and return new state. It is immutable update. Concretely in code, export constant add new post equal create asynchron Thunk. It means add new post is Thunk, function Thunk. Function Thunk create action creator for dispatching pending, fulfilled, or rejected. And action creator is here in parameter for action creator. Thunk must have two parameters, post/add new post, and must have asynchron request to mock for payload. Asynchron request for payload. What is payload now? It is title content to mock server and back responses from mock server coming from mock server, post ID, title, and content. And add new post is a string. It is object type, and asynchron arrow function. There is an initial post for parameter. Initial post, we call that what we type in input and content. It is what we type in, what was title of new post and what was content of new post, and it is initial post. But it go and await means okay, we wait that process finished, and Axios is library, post is method, and address of our mock array, mock server array, post 1. And obviously in post we have address of post 1 and comma, we have initial post, and it is our post to mock server, title and content. And in the same that statement we have response. If all is okay, response is post ID, title, and content. And it is go to extra reducer. Return response data means go to extra reducer. Thanks to console.log response data, you can see that response data, and that response data go to extra reducer. We can see that extra reducer here. Extra reducer. Here it is. Extra reducer for add a new post. If fulfilled, we don't. Here is not writing about pending and rejected. Add new post dot fulfilled. And here is a state and action. It is input of reducer, every reducer. And in body we have state.posts.push action payload. Action payload. And of course it is we write like directly push to state, but Imer library in background will create a copy of state.post, and to that copy push action payload and return as a new state. I get here again. Okay, I said all about this Thunk add new post. Add new post we import in add post form, and when we push on form on button, we start add new post. We start other function what call add new post, and that other function must think about to make empty title and content. Add a new post goes. We start from form, add post form. It is by reference, and here in postsSlice is add new post. Here is we import create asynchron Thunk, and here is possible to create add new post, and here is created, but in other components like add post form we have only reference to add new post. Here is in code that is better design, create asynchron Thunk add new post, up is fetch post, and now we have a constant postsSlice. and that it created createSlice function. createSlice what coming with the Redux.js toolkit. And createSlice, there is in body of createSlice, we name our state posts, and it is object post, yeah. And initial state, there is initial state here. You see, it is initial state we spoke about. And reducer is object, but there is no reducer that synchronize reducer directly from React. But we have extra reducer. Extra reducer, there is a builder library. And that builder object, there is method add case, what there is for parameter. There is a fetch post pending, fetch post fulfilled. It is object. There is add case. There is object because fetch post pending fulfilled. It is object type. Action. There is action object pending, and state. In here we have not action. In pending there is no action, because pending is starting process of promises, and there is no payload would be if would be fulfilled or would be rejected. Here it is fulfilled. We have state. State is it is a reducer, extra reducer for difference between reducer and reducer, but it is same thing. Reducer have state and action import. Here in pending there is no action and we don't write action input, but here in fulfilled we have state. It is a state, original state of our state, and action. Action is action object. It is product of action creator, what coming here by Thunk. Thunk function. Thunk function produce action creator, and action creator produce action, and that action coming here, and that action is type of action. Concretely, it is fulfilled. Fetch post fulfilled, and this payload. Here is payload is status would be succeeded, and state post would be concat would be all posts would coming from mock server, and add new post. Add case for add new post we have only for fulfilled. Reducer would have state, it is original state, and action would be what action would have. Action type would be add new post fulfilled, and action payload would be post ID, title, and content. And what to do with it? Reducer, it push it to existing state, but not directly like we write here, but immutable update means that IMER library behind then will create copy of state post, and to that copy push action payload, and return action and return new state. And here is export default postsSlice reducer. It is only this one extra reducer with this builder library, and export select all post. By that we use selector. It is parameter of use selector when we have all post, and this export constant select post ID we don't need here. Okay, it is about postsSlice, about configuration file for our store, and here is a very, very important reducer and data for that reducer coming from Thunk, response data in Thunk, giving to reducer. If we don't, if I delete reducer, this all this, nothing happen. Here is extra reducer starting with blue. It is, if I reduce delete this reducer, nothing happened. Only I don't see post. I don't see changing in our state. I don't see post. All would be empty. Control X and look at now. It is here. There is nothing here. We have all, but there is nothing. If I add, it is there, but I like to post to send. Look at it, right, we have it, but we don't see it, and because there is no extra reducer, there is no reducer. If there is no reducer, there is no immutable update our state. If there is no immutable update our state, there is nothing in use selector, nothing coming to subscribers, components, subscribe to state, nothing. And it is reason why we need extra reducer and that connection Thunk reducer. Get back. I turn back and now to see, look at post 2, post 3, I send, look at post 3, etc. etc. But it is interesting that when we have not extra reducer, we have is better, Redux is better visible to here, and here, and F12 reducer, refresh. Look at fetch post pending, fetch post fulfilled. For pending we have not payload, but for fulfilled we have payload. Now if I add, send, you see pending, nothing happen. We have, look at post, add new post pending. It is object type. Here is the object type, and here it is nothing, only reference to that request. But fulfilled is there is a payload for, and the title, and this we have all fulfilled. We have when I refresh, we have fetch post pending, pending nothing payload, but fulfilled we have payload. It is all post of us. Okay, this is all about postsSlice in this video. And this is the last code in our this video about React Redux Thunk application. From beginning, index.js configuration file, over store configuration file, app topic component, add post form and post list form, to postsSlice configuration file for Redux. useEffect dependency without Redux Thunk, whereas with Redux Thunk. Post 1, and this is text in a blog post, submit, and here it is. Post 2, again some text, submit, here it is, post 1, 2, post 1, and home, click home, here it is, post 1, post 2, admin again. Now I will delete post 1, for example. Let's go to home, and here is, there is no post 1. It means that post, there is only one member, post 2. But before there was 2 members, post 1 and post 2. We add post, we delete post, and all that produce different state posts, plural, different state post. But we don't need fetch post every time when post changes. No. We have pages admin, it is a read.js page. And we here create CRUD, create, read, delete, and update. And add, create, it means add a new post here in pages read.js, delete also here, and all that set state, manage set state, mutate, immutable update our state posts, one state posts, plural, it is array of post. And we change that array. Add one post, delete one post, but we only one time fetch data. We don't fetch data every time when change post. When set state, change post. When we add the new post, when we delete. But every time this page reader.js must render it. This page reader.js, every time we add, delete, which change state, every time render it. And but useEffect start only first time rendering this component. Again, when we add a new post, for example, post 2, post 1, and here it is. Now, after submit, we have rendering. You will see animation of loading. We have rendering this component. When we delete, we have rendering because state was immutable update by set state. There is no Redux. We manage state by hook set state. And every time state changes, it is a state posts, plural, it is a state of this component. And when that state will change, this component rendering. But useEffect not activate. useEffect activate only first time component rendered. Let's look at code. It is this application. Both application with Thunk and this one without Thunk, without Redux, will be a link in Git repository, will be in description below of video. Here is asynchron fetch post to mock server. And here it is, we call in useEffect, it is read.js, we call useEffect, and in body of that useEffect, parameter is arrow function. Arrow function, there is no parameter, but in body there is calling fetch post. Calling fetch post. That fetch post give us a complete posts's look at asynchron axios.get request, and we here set posts, and that posts's received from mock server, we immutable update here, and we have that. And useEffect call fetch post first time rendering, but after that no, because we write this here. If I delete this, I will have rendering every time when state changes. But I don't like it, we don't need it. And because of that, here it is second parameter, square parenthesis, inside that is empty. It means don't depend. If I write here a post, so it will depend about post. And every time when I delete, update, we have Axios get request, but we don't need it because every action there is add a new post, delete new post, update new post. All that go to mock and go back to our application, and all pages see new state because that pages component read and component create are childs of read, and read parents component give child new state, and that component don't need contact, and read component don't need every changes activate Axios get and get from mock server, because read.js there is a oven set state, and by that state immutable changes a state and have that state. There is no need for take a new state from mock server, because every changes automatically we see on the read.js. It is without Redux and Thunk. What about when we have Redux and Thunk? We look at in this application. Post 1, content here, save post, and we see that post 2, some content, we see that post 2. Here we have Redux, and it means that we have a store, centralized store. Redux is pattern, architecture, library for state management. Before we have post as a state on page read.js, on component read.js. Now our post state post is in store, in store, state in store, and that state can be immutable update with Redux, only with Redux. Concretely, only with the reducer function, only with reducer function. And the reducer function, there is a two input, state, original state, and action. Dispatch method, send action. Dispatch listen what happened on the component in React, and when we click some button, it'll activate dispatch. That action creator dispatch take action creator for parameter and dispatch to store to reducer, and action creator create action, and reducer have after any our action have action object in input. And here, when our post is on outside of React application, it is on mock server, our dispatch must start from event of for example, when we push button of 4, it is started from React, but the dispatch start from React and go out to mock server and go back. But that go out, it is asynchronous work, and that asynchronous work is controlled by Thunk function. And that control mean concretely sending dispatch from that asynchronous process, and it to dispatch pending, dispatch action type pending, dispatch action when process finished, dispatch action type succeed, or if process not finished correct, dispatch action type failed, pending success or failed. That dispatches here if the action type is pending. Here in like payloading, we send dot status equal loading. Status is properties of state posts, and properties is status and also posts and error. And here, when we have a pending type, we said here in extra reducer, state.status equal loading. It is not immutable, but we can write this because in background postsSlice there is a Imer library what will correct that statement and copy state.status, and to that copy give equal, that copy of status would be equal loading. It is immutable update. It means that first dispatch after fetch post starting, first reducer change initial state only part state.status. Initial state is posts. There is three properties. It is object. Initial state is object with three properties, and that properties is post, array post of our post, status and error. And in this first dispatch, we here payload is only this loading. Status will be equal loading. And and it means that status state is changed. Immutable update. State is immutable update without update post, because we have no still we have no yet we have no posts from mock server. When coming finished process and when we have action fulfilled, we reducer in send payload, action have payload and have action type. When action type is fulfilled, we send succeeded status. We say here in reducer that state.status equals succeeded. Again, Imer will immutable update it, and we have a new state. And here it is also state post equal state post concat action payload. It is if fulfilled. If action is fulfilled, there is a payload. This status is succeeded, and state post is all post what we have, because state post was empty. Now after concat we have empty plus connect concatenation with the new one. It is a new one because first was empty, but we don't need again, after some changes, adding, deleting of state post, we don't need again activate fetch post. We must activate fetch post only first time when component rendered. And only first time when component rendered. Take care. Here we have read function. Look at it is asynchronous function fetch post, and we have this fetch posts. We call fetch post, and we write here. There is a two parameter arrow function inside. There is a two parameter. First is we call fetch post, and second is empty array. It means no dependent about post. Now look at in post list. Look at here. Here is a fetch post, and we cannot delete this and delete all others. Stay only this, because fetch post is Thunk. Fetch post is asynchronous like before, but this time it is a Thunk function. This is also asynchronous. Fetch post here is also asynchronous. Here it is also asynchronous function fetch post, but there is no connection with Thunk. It is not Thunk, because here we don't use Redux. Here we use set posts. We use set state hook, and we manage local state. We immutable update local state here in component read, but here we have fetch is a Thunk, and we must dispatch that fetch post, because state what fetch post get from mock server must go in centralized store, Redux store, in centralized state outside of React application. It's asynchronous process, but must go to Redux state, and Redux is a full manager of state. Redux must know what happened in asynchronous process. Here we don't need know what happened. We need only to know in asynchronous process, does it fulfill, does it okay or not okay. But here here Redux must know when it is process start, does it process pending, starting, and we can, in that period, we can have animation on our component, and after that Redux must know, does it fulfilled, and dispatch fulfilled, dispatch pending, dispatch fulfilled, dispatch action creator for pending action creator for fulfilled, or action creator dispatch, action creator for error, failed, action failed. And we would know what is error, and all that process we will see, we can follow in Redux developer site of our browser. It is different between with Redux work application with Redux and React without Redux. And here is dispatch, but it is not one, it is dispatch, first dispatch, and this dispatch activate fetch posts. Activate fetch post, and after that coming two more dispatch. Thunk, the Thunk function Thunk has possibility, has parameter not visible to us in this concrete example. Have parameter get state and dispatch. It is two method of store, Redux store, and Thunk can dispatch first action creator, second action creator. First is pending, second is fulfilled, all is okay. Dispatch to Redux. Every dispatch is a new state. First dispatch means status change to loading. Second dispatch, status change to success. Here it is postsLice. First dispatch will be status change loading. It means that state post object is immutable update by this extra reducer. It is a reducer like anyone, like normal reducer. That reducer will change state, initial state, you look at. Initial state is post, is object, curly brackets, and there is post properties, status, and error. It is initial state, but first dispatch change this idle to loading, and through coding, when status loading, we can display loading animation on the after fulfilled. There is a dispatch. When that promise object changes, we have Thunk take that changes and dispatch to Redux, extra Redux. And first dispatch is only changes this status to loading. It was idle, now is loading. And if fulfilled, if all process is okay, we have payload status is succeeded, and posts have action payload have all posts from mock server. And we have post. Post is our state. It is what we need. But status and error properties is only here because of Redux. Because Redux won't take full control on asynchronous process. Full control. And because of that we have status and error. by also it is not enough only have array posts like here. Here is we have only posts, array posts, not object posts. But here, because we have not Redux and we don't need control of asynchronous process. Here is where we have status, and of course dispatch by dispatch. In every dispatch we have changes in state, because state is object, and if status, like properties of that object, changes, it means state is changed. And every state, every dispatch coming with new state, it means rendering component and but we don't need useEffect every time activate useEffect. And because of that we have changes state, but only one, first time, and never again. No depend about nothing. But here is an interesting thing. We must write postsSlice. Here we cannot use fetch posts only one. Dispatch fetch post, because dispatch it is not one dispatch, it is this one dispatch, and after that two dispatch from Thunk. And we must write here dependency, but we must include the logic that useEffect start only when post status is idle. Look at here, post status is a user selector, and this constant post status is state post status, and status is at first loading. The first dispatch, the dispatch is pendant, and React take loading payload, and that first, but its initial state is idle, and because of that it is possible start useEffect when we first time when application first time open, that automatically activate useEffect, because post status equal idle, and dispatch in that moment dispatch is here is a call for dispatch, and when this is satisfied, it is end logic, will be satisfied, this will be happen this dispatch fetch post. and dispatch fetch post changes post status, and every changes of post status we must activate useEffect, and it is loop. Also, dispatch changes. Dispatch is different. First, dispatch action creator is pending. Second, action creator is fulfilled. And dispatch changes, because useEffect depend of this, we will have a loop. Always activate and useEffect. And because of that, we said post status must be idle. And in that moment, we must use a post status and this logic that we, and also we must set, because post status equal idle, and it is we have logic, and automatically when we have logic, we have it is connected with the dependence, and post status, we depend post status and dispatch, but we control situation by post status. Post status must be idle, but it will never be idle, but only a first opening with the initial state. Look at here in postsSlice. Here is in pending, we have loading. It was idle, now is loading. Now, after fulfilled, it is succeeded. After add the new post, fulfill it. We have state post push action payload. New post, we add a new post existing, but we don't change status. And what it means that status is succeed. Status is succeed, because here we don't create extra reducer add case for pending and for failed. Here is we don't create add case for failed, and if created, we will not change state status, but only take for payload of error, error message. Here is also, don't take nothing about pending, about failed would be error message, but we don't change post status, or if we change post status, it will not be idle, never get back to idle, and only when we have a refresh or starting application, only first time would be useEffect activate, and if all would be okay, we will see a post from server. All others is as before. We add a new post, and that add new post go, title and content go to mock server. Mock server save it and add a post ID and send back. To promise 3 field post ID, title and content, and that will be push to existing state, and we in our browser we have immutable update. That action, look at it, is reducer, that action coming to reducer, and reducer by this statement, immutable update, and by IMER library behind this, immutable update state postsSlice is properties of state of posts object. It is difference between React Redux application and only React application. The difference in asynchron process. Asynchron process Redux must take full control and use Thunk. It is function Thunk is part of middleware, and that function Thunk there is a possibility to send dispatch to dispatch action creator, and dispatch action creator pendant, fulfilled or failed, and every dispatch action creator means reducer have input action, and that action said what to do with state, what changes make on state. And we see we change status, but when all is okay, we also change post, and when we have post in our reducer, it will be display in our component. It means take care, dispatch, and difference between dispatch, fetch post, and here is dispatch, fetch post. Here it is. Dispatch, fetch post, and in this application, fetch post. Fetch post. Fetch post is asynchronous with only promise. And this application there is also promise, but fetch post is Thunk. It is and the Thunk is wrap. It is level up of promise. Thunk is wrap around promise, and promise work again, same job, but promise cannot send the dispatch to Redux store, and because of that we need Thunk that dispatch action creator to Redux store, and by reducer change state. And here is state. Here is object with the three properties: post, status, and error. And here state is only posts array, because we don't need status and error. And we only have from promise. We will know does it okay process or failed. We will know because we would have error on the screen, or we would have post on the screen. But But here with the Redux, we dispatch action creator from that process. Pending, fulfilled, status is success, first status is loading, status is success, or status is failed. And it is Redux management, how Redux manage state. There is control on complete path of asynchronous path to mock server and go back to React. And Redux, I cannot understand asynchronous process, asynchronous coding, but only synchron, what coming from React component. If we have dispatched directly to store from React component, it is synchron process, and Redux understand it, but asynchron processes Redux don't understand, and because of that we need middleware, and part of that middleware is Thunk function, and that Thunk function can dispatch, there is a dispatch and dispatch action creator, pending, fulfilled, or failed. It's all for now about difference between React Redux and only React. Difference useEffect dependency, and both application named 470, it is without Redux, and application Thunk 1, it is with Redux. Address in Git repository will be in description of this video. Also, you will see that I build all new video in one video, and because of that I will write location for every important topic, and you don't need look at all video, but you can go to concretely topic to topic what you want by click on time. And why I do that? I do that because I think and I want that every learning, every topic what we learn is part of the whole panoramic, all application image, and all the time you have all application, how to create all application, how code all application, and more detailed and repeating about topic. And you can learn topic by clicking on time, but you always in every moment look at back and forward to look all application. And because confusion is big for all who learn it, experienced programming in other program or new beginner, and for less confusion you have complete application React Redux in one video. And I always repeat it, it is very important that you coding complete that application. Of course, first understand, but coding, and after coding, when you have code in head connected with understanding, you have usable knowledge. You can work. You have show something. You can have portfolio, but the most important, you have in your head, without looking anything, you can code complete React Redux application. React Redux application, and explain every part in that. When I type all React Redux application for 1 hour, and if I continue my exercise, I would be better. But you try, you must go to maximum to be better than me, and maybe code React application, this React application for half of an hour, and maybe faster, and it would be excellent. Because this application, step by step, will have complete React Redux. Also, Redux is very, very confused, and because of that I go with this video, growing this video by not only by Redux, not separate Redux, but read React and Redux, that we have all in one longer and longer video. Next topic, what I would explain, maybe again some of topic I repeat a lot of time. Every time would be maybe something what I forget to say, or I find a better way to explain something, and I want to share in this video. But when you see in timing same topic, if you understand that topic, if you don't need again listen new explanation, new way of explanation, you don't click that timing. It means video would be bigger and bigger, hour by hour, but you can click what you want, and it is compact in one place, but it is also separate if you click on topic what you need. Thank you for watching for this part of video, this topic of video. If you like this video, share it to your social network, your friend, and you can subscribe, because a bigger community around this video is better for all of us, for me like as a teacher or as author of this video, but also for people who learn from this video. Community in learning is very, very important, because every one of us have idea how to explain some topic, and it can be new for many of us. And better explanation than mine or other else in a lot of educational content on the internet. And education content on the internet, there is more and more every day. It is a very, very important job today, from free to pay, all kind of content, and it is more important that if you like something and if some content help you, concretely this one, and satisfy with it, you better understand. It is very important that you share it your friend and other people, and like and engage on some, write a comment, of course. Okay, again, take for watching this part of video. Here is application 417, and address of that will be in description below video. And here is delete and it is in application here. It is our Thunk 1 application. Here is 470, and it is without Redux. 470 is without Redux, and we have delete in this button here. It is read component. Here is a button. You have on click calling handle delete, and here take post ID. In that pages, in read pages, take post ID. Okay, and that handle delete, delete, it is here, and handle delete is here, handle update, handle delete, here it is. You learn from this application, from this React application without Redux, and you copy this handle delete, you copy that button down. We need button, we need handle delete, but handle delete here it is in same page, in same component. In read component is function handle delete and the button, and on click calling that function. But in Thunk we have button in component post list, and handle function must go to postsSlice. And in handle delete in here there is no dispatch. Pardon, here in button there is no dispatch. Handle delete, there is no, on click there is no dispatch, but in our Thunk application, Thunk 1 with Redux, we must dispatch that handle delete. Dispatch. And because function handle delete would be in postsSlice, we must import a reference to handle delete. And we must create handle delete, dispatch handle delete, will dispatch Thunk function. Thunk function will dispatch pending fulfilled, and we must write add case. We must extra reducer for delete fulfillment. Again, look at here. It is the best learning about Thunk if you look in application without Thunk, without Redux. And all what we have without Redux, we must have with Redux, but only detail, dispatch, for example, extra reducer and the postsSlice. Again, dispatch, handle delete go in postsSlice, and extra reducer. It is 3 important points. Around that, we must import what we must import. And it's all. Let's go. You can copy handle delete and copy what you learn here and correct in a Thunk application. Here is a Thunk application. Here it is. At first, postsSlice. Handle postsSlice is here. Look at. Create Thunk, and here inside is all as it is important return response data, and that return response data go to extra reducer. And we must write that extra reducer. Here it is. Extra reducer, handle fulfilled, state action. You must declare ID. It is action payload.id, and the state post equals state post filter, like we use it in when delete is in question. Filter post ID. It means that will be immutable update by reducer. All posts are a post with all posts except post would have post ID equal ID. It is ID what coming from server. Delete also go at first to server, go out in asynchronous work, and respond. It is hypertext transfer protocol. Request response. Here it is handle delete. Here it is go out asynchron to mock server, and in same statement we have back we have response, and that response there is object response, there is property data, and in that data we have ID, because ID is here. We send that ID. It is post.id. Here it is ID. It is in function. But how take ID? It is on the source of that ID, where it is post list. Post list. Here is a button. Look at. It is here. Here is a button. Copy, and dispatch is important. Dispatch, handle post ID, delete. Here is a post ID, what go to handle delete, and there it would be ID. It is parameter, it is one number. On click, dispatch, okay. Take care where I write button, and I need here, it is separate, it is component, like this component, and like any other component. And we have here dispatch, use dispatch. We have dispatch function declared here, but we must also declare it here. Import is here. Create that dispatch in this component. We must, because we use dispatch in that component. Okay. All other, it is all. You will have both application, Thunk and 417 in description, and you can compare. See, you try by yourself, and you will see, you test yourself how you understand the Thunk when you can learn from application without Thunk and use that code to adapt to application with Thunk, Redux Thunk. Take care. We need a lot of practice that we accept where is the state. State in component can be local state, and we can manipulate it with the use state hook, but it can be in a Redux store outside of a React application, and component must be subscribe component who need state take state from centralized state. Import post list must have import handle delete, like fetch post also handle delete, and extra postsSlice. There is an extra reducer. Here it is. Will be will be time on the timeline in description, and you can click on timeline and look at this topic in video about entire React Redux Thunk application. I adding topic and topic in that video. That video growing and growing, but I hope that it is better for learning, because you always can go back, update, and always have panoramic all-around view on application. In same time, when you look at in detail and bigger image. I must say that when you learn basic of some application, step by step, JavaScript step by step, etc., we don't know use it in practice, because of that. This is playlist is for total beginner. total beginner, but from first video I use React application, and now grow this video about React Redux Thunk application, because people learn React, and there is a lot of time take for decided to go to Redux and Thunk. But Redux and Thunk, React with Redux and Thunk is excellent, and impossible without Redux. It is very, very hard, and nobody can. It would be big mix, a big spaghetti code if you work on big project without Redux. Only use React and something other for full stack, but not Redux. It is very strictly spaghetti code, because many component there is a state. That component have child. That state must go somewhere like props. It is very complex. Here with Redux, state is centralized, global state, what other component can need, and every component what need from central state, subscribe to that. Subscribe with the hook use selector. Thank you for watching this topic, and keep learning. Say about this video if you like it, subscribe, like, comment. Bigger engagement of all us, because I am engaged here like a teacher. A bigger engagement means better condition for all of us would learn from this video. But if you, for example, have idea how explain something in this rich, very power library as a React architecture or pattern as Redux, you write in comment, and we learn. All we are teachers and students today. See you next time. Graphical user interface. Graphical user interface. From beginning of graphical user interface begin event driver environment. When you learn programming, developing, you always ask yourself, where is begin something? Where is the source? And always source, always beginning from event. Okay, let's go about React application. When you when you enter some address, some web address in hypertext transfer protocol address in browser, you will get homepage. It is in our React application index.html. Here it is. Index, can I see here where it is Thunk? in the Redux use. It is the same. Public index, here it is, index.html. It is a home page, it is a page what we see in a view source, index.html. There is only important element div, id root. Okay, index.html. Behind scene, it is not visible here in code. Call index.js. Call JavaScript file, index.js. This is we produce event. We enter web address. After that, homepage call index.html, here it is, index.html, index.js, index.html, call index.js, and index.js is configuration file. And here we have application React Redux. Because of that we import modules for React Redux. Here is module React, here is React DOM client, here is React Redux element provider, React element provider. And here it is important, they wrap around app. Index.js call app.js, call this React element. It is a topic in trees of component. He called that topic a React element, app.js. Here it is element, app. And call. Everything must be calling, starting. It is event. We see our enter address is event who call homepage, index.html. Index.html call index.js. Index.js call app. And here is a app wrapped by provider, and it is connection between React and Redux. Okay, we call app, index.js call app, and now we look at in app. Here is app.js, component app.js calling component add post form and component post list. Add post form and component post list. It means would be rendered post list component and would be rendered add post form, and after that would be rendered app.js form. Add post form, it is component, it is child component of app component. Post list is child component of app list. App component call, it means call, it is call. All components is function, and we call them like this here, like React element. They rendered, and after that rendered app.js, and after rendered this order, post list, add post form, at first child, and after that parent app, finished of rendering of finished create what we see on the screen is in that moment. But during rendering of postsList, postsList in useEffect, there is a hook useEffect, and that useEffect would be activated when postsList finished rendering. Finished rendering, activate useEffect, and useEffect activate dispatch fetch post. Dispatch fetch post means function Thunk fetch post go outside of React, go to mock server. Here it is mock server, and we see array with two members, post1, post2. Fetch post would be sent by request, Axios request get hypertext transfer protocol, send to mock server in this situation, remote server, and get fetch post, it is array, and we can go to postsList. Here it is postsList, and here is useEffect. Dispatch fetch post. We now look at in fetch post what happened, and fetch post is postsSlice. Here is fetch post. What happened? Axios library method get address hypertext transfer protocol, and our array name is post1. In this statement, this is a statement, we have post1, that array from a mock, here in response. And the object response, there is a properties data, and in that data we have array from a mock. We have this post1, post2, in response. We declare object or variable response. And because of that, when we have array from a mock server in response, we return that response. We return that response.data, that array, to a reducer. Here it is extra reducer. Here it is fetch post. At first was pending dispatch, and after that dispatch Thunk dispatch fulfilled this if all is okay. And reducer will have state status succeed, and state post equal state post concat action payload. Because we start with empty post, after concat we will have action payload, and this directly we can write without copy of state, because I'm a library in behind scene. And now we have a reducer with the state. State was empty post. State was initial state. Initial state. Here it is. Initial state. Post empty. Status idle, error null. And now, after concat, we have concat. We have only what coming with inside payload. It is array with two members, post1 and post2. When a reducer have input action object, and action object there is type two properties, file object type. It is for example fetch post fulfilled, and payload, and that payload object now know what to do. Object immutable update state, actually state, and now state, there is a properties post, there is a two post, it is array, and only reducer can change state. After changing state, we after changing state, virtual document object model is changed state, and subscribers to that change automatically see changes, and that component would depend about that state would be rendered. Event changing state is activate rendering of component. Only component what depend about that state. And it means virtual document object model begin actual document object model. We can see that post list. Post list. Here it is. Here is subscribing to all post, select all post. It is hook use selector, and it means that state concretely posts. It is properties of our state, one of equal posts, constant post. We declare variable here in post list component equal use selector parameter select all post. And in this statement we declare variable post and assign to that variable our posts from mock server, our array from mock server. And now post list have array post and can display that post. How? Always with method map. Let's go to rendering to return. This section show, display what we see on the screen. And post list we see display content in curly brackets. That content is variable, JavaScript variable, and will be shown on the screen, will be returned from postsList. We must go up to see what it is content. Here it is. Content, we declare here with keyword let content, and after that we use a structure declarative declarative way of if-else structure. If post status equal loading, question mark, content will be loading. If else post status would be succeeded, content equal, here it is, post map, and parameter of map is show for every, in arrow function, for every post in body of the arrow function would be show inside of this React element. And every post there is one post excerpt React element. It means a list of post excerpt element, and because of that we must give key equal post ID and properties post equal curly brackets post. It is post. It is one member of array posts. And every post would be display in screen how it is HTML structure in post excerpt. It is JSX language in post excerpt. Post excerpt. We have H3 post title, HTML paragraph post content, and button element, React element button. What would be button HTML element? Difference is what here it is capital letters, React element button. But when we see in HTML, we will see a small case. It is HTML, would be HTML in actual document object model. HTML element. Okay? It means that we see title, content, and the button, there is on click, it is properties on click, and on click equal arrow function, parameter nothing, and in body we have dispatch handle delete, and the parameter of handle delete is post ID. Here you see this. Button is a React element. It is child element of postsList element. PostSList element is parent element, React element to button. Because of that, state, here it is. Here it is state posts. It is not state, it is props, because it is a state of state memorized in Redux in store, and only reducer can change that reducer, and every component take it, subscribe to that and take it if need. Take it from Redux, from store. Reducer, change it state, centralize state inside store, inside Redux. And because of that, post is not state here, but subscribe to state, to central state, and we have, and constant post is props, properties. And that props, and again, repeat, state coming from Redux, from store, coming in this component, what is in component, it is props in this component, and that props can transmit, can flow in button, in button component, React component. In a button React component, here it is, in button React component. And that post can flow from parent to child. Button is child. And the post here, here is post ID. We need only post ID here. And here button is equal paragraph equal age 3. Here is a post title, here is a post content, here is a post ID. Every list must have key. That a map method that React can control a list. Every list, React must have control of that list by unique identification of every members of list. And unique identification is, we call here key. In database we call that primary key. Here is a key. React, there is a keyword key. And here is the best, it is post ID. And post title, post content, and like this, button element, it is React element, in same level as HTML element, and can have post ID here like parameter. It would be 1, 2, depend where we click. But look at in article would be one post with this field. In other article would be other post, second post, and every post there is a button, and every button there is a post ID 1, 2, etc. And when we click now button, we click on the concretely number, and that concretely number go in handle delete function, and handle delete is Thunk. Handle delete is Thunk. Okay. Here is a component, a post excerpt. Look at how in that component, how go post. That post coming from posts, it is array, and after map, because it is post excerpt, it is component, after map, we must go to map. Map posts. We have arrow function with the parameter post, and post expert post coming here as properties. Coming here as properties, because here post excerpt is a component child of post list. Again, post list have array posts. By a use selector, it is props. That props flow to post excerpt. Inside that excerpt, that post field of that post go here. And here is a JavaScript extension, JSX language, because you see we have HTML element and we have curly brackets. Inside curly brackets it is a JavaScript variable, JavaScript variable, post. That variable is field of post, or post. Every post is object. It means properties of that object. Properties post ID, post title, post content, and that article. This is post excerpt, because inside that component we have dispatch. We must again here create constant dispatch and assign it by hook use dispatch. You don't need again import. It is enough that import here in parent. Import a use selector or use dispatch in parent component, but in child component we must declare dispatch, and here we use that dispatch. Follow source, follow event, and it is like dynamo box. Man must push something. In this situation we push address, we enter address of website, and after that there is that automatically next domino box is drop down and take next to drop down and all that drop down, and event by event, and event is domino box drop down, it is event, and touch next domino, and drop down next touch next domino, and it is automatically event by event. And we have this, we have add post form, here it is, title and content, and we have post 1 title and the content, post 2 title and content. Here it is. Repeat. You always must follow event and start from event. For example, now how to learn delete. I click delete, post 1 delete. Post 1 is deleted. How we learn process, how we learn code, like this. Go to find delete. We see that is somewhere in post list, delete. Every post there is a delete. Delete in post list, here is post list. let's go to see button delete. Here it is. Every post, here it is, every post is in article here, and button, exist button in every article, and that post, that button element, after click, dispatch handle delete, and there is a post ID because button is a child and post list is a parent. Data flow, state flow, props flow from parent to child, and post ID is here. All that is child. Article is child of but it is HTML child. But button is React element child, and all that child can receive post element of post here declared. Okay, let's go from button. Click on click. It is event on click, JavaScript event on click. It is also properties of button. Properties of button, because button React element, React look on React element as object, and color is properties, on click is properties, and that on click is also JavaScript event. Activate, dispatch, handle, delete, and we go to see handle delete. How here is dispatch? We know that we must look in here, and that dispatch is here, and begin is import here. But what about handle delete? Handle delete. Handle delete is in post list. Handle delete is in post list because of dispatch. That handle delete is about connected with extra reducer, and all together that handle delete will be dispatched. Handle delete must be Thunk, and Thunk is on postsSlice. All on postsSlice is about Redux, and handle delete is Thunk. Thunk is a part of middleware. Middleware is part of a Redux.js toolkit module. Let's go to postsSlice to look at, of course, handle delete. Here it is. We must have export because we dispatch handle delete. We dispatch from posts list, and because handle delete must be import in post list. Click post list, look it up, import where it is, handle delete, import from postsSlice, and here is activate. Here is dispatch when we click on button, and delete would be deleted. And now we follow that handle delete function. Click to postsSlice and look at. Now it must be export because we need it like import, declare constant handle delete equal create asynchron Thunk. It is function what create Thunk. It means handle delete is Thunk, and Thunk is function of middleware. Function what can can dispatch every changes in asynchronous process, can dispatch to extra reducer every changes in asynchronous process. What changes? It is changes what create promise object. Promise object cannot directly send to Redux reducer in store. Because of that, we need create async Thunk what will give possibility that we have dispatch pendant, dispatch fulfilled, dispatch rejected if something go wrong. And handle delete Thunk create asynchronous Thunk. Parameter is two parameter. One is a string, what would be part of important part of object type. Object type, it is properties in our action. Post handle delete is action type. Action is object, what coming to reducer. Here it is extra reducer. And that action object, there is action type. It is post handle delete, it is part of action type string. And the second is asynchronous request delete HTTP protocol by HTTP protocol. Asynchronous request delete address of server, and post one is name our array on the mock server, and we must coding here $ curly brackets ID. It is post ID 1, 2, depend what we click. And that ID go to server and delete software on the server would be delete that post concretely and send back to us that same ID, and response here will have that ID, and now return that data, that ID, return to extra reducer handle delete. Go to extra reducer, here it is, handle delete fulfilled. Extra reducer is like reducer, and payload is ID. We declare constant ID equal action payload ID. If it is all deleted post, we need only ID, part of ID. If it is exist, we know that it exists ID in every look at here, ID, it is ID. Every post no mock there is ID. And it is we declare that ID, and we must said what that action will do, what reducer do. It is role of action type. Action type here is handle delete fulfilled. It means that there is some payload. Okay, we know fulfilled payload, do that. And I write it, I don't need it. Do that. That action type, and we here the right statement what to do when handle delete fulfilled. What to do? To do this, what we do deleting in React. State post equal state post dot filter. State post, it is our array. There is two members, and the filter is like a map. Filter give new array. Don't touch filter. Don't touch this original post, but produce a new array. And at this new array, he create by condition. Filter must have condition, and condition is every post create filter also take members by members from posts. Filter is method like map of array, method of array. Post, there is two members. Filter map take first member. It is go here in arrow function like parameter, and in body of that arrow function, this condition means stay here. If your ID not equal ID, if your post.id not equal, is exclaim sign means no, and the sign of equal means equals, no equal. Stay here, and it means post filter take from filter, that post go in parameter of arrow. Condition is if post ID not equal ID, okay, stay in new array. And post by post go through that control, and one post, there is a post ID, there is equal ID. That post would be removed, not satisfy condition, and not stay in a new post, in a new array. And it is, we have new array, and we don't touch original, but Imer library behind scene will take a copy of post and filter that copy, because it is common process for all immutable update. And the result of this would be immutable update of state. State now will have only one post. Here it is. Only one post. I can have refresh. Only one post. Here is interesting for beginner here in this playlist we are very advanced, but all time that playlist is for beginner, and in every time I can think about beginner, and it is like beginner in programming, beginner in developing, total beginner in coding. And here is interesting this statement. This statement means we request delete, we send ID, but also in the same statement, in the same this row, we have backward information that ID go back to response. It means one street it is not two track, it is one track of in one track request hypertext transfer protocol request delete, request go to server software does what need, and server software delete, remove post with that ID, and send us back ID that we coding, removing post in our list, where in our global central state in Redux, and we delete it by a reducer in central state. Automatically use selector send information, send new state to component post list, and immediately we see that one post was removed, was deleted. List there is one post less. All that happened in one declaration of constant response, declaration of variable response, and we have in that variable we have what we need. We have that ID. Here it is, asynchron function, arrow function, parameter ID. From where coming that ID? That ID coming from post list, but it is started. Here it is started. Here it is started. And it is here post ID, but it would be one or two, and that one or two go to handle delete in postsSlice, handle delete like ID, before first list, go to handle delete here in postsSlice, handle delete, that number, here we call that ID, never mind, it would be one or two. It is a parameter of arrow function, asynchron. We send asynchron request, and we must wait. We await that process activate. That moment would be activate promise, and activate action type pendant. And we, during await, we have a pending action type. After fulfilled, we have fulfilled, we have succeeded. After succeeded, we have fulfilled status and fulfilled action type. And in that moment, we return data to reducer, because only reducer can change, can mutate, of course, immutable update, central Redux state. But component state, what is not global state, in some component, we don't need, we don't take it to Redux. It stay like state on that local, in that component, and would be managed, would be changed, would be immutable update by hook use state. Hook use state. Take care about add form post. Here we have use state also, but it is a use state help communicate with Thunk, communicate with dispatch with Thunk. How? Because use state immutable update title, new title, new content, title, new content, immutable update by set title, set content. And when we push a button of form, we dispatch that new title and new content. It is add new post. And here is cooperation with the use state and dispatch and the Thunk function. We create here dispatch. All this is about memorize new local state, title and content, and change change title and content, and on save clicked, we have dispatch. Add new post, title and content. And that two parameter, add new post, we request post. Where? In postsSlice. Add new post. And we call that initial post parameter. It is title and content. We can call it like we want. It is array, title and content. And it is arrow function, and the parameter is initial post. And that parameter, by Axios library, Axios object, and method post, request. Here is also that initial post. It is title and content to our project on mock server. Here is a hypertext transfer protocol address, and request post in same this row. We have response. We request post and we have a response. Server receive our post and send back response. And that response is post ID, post title, and post content. Again, we send to server only title and content, but server, with software of server, push that update, that new post, push existing push, and do like no to do. And that process is always that server, in this situation mock server, give post ID. Server is give post ID, and the server response send back post ID, title and content. Received only title and content, send back post ID because server produce post ID, and the response have post ID, title and content, and return that to reducer. Reducer is function, and it means all the time we have a function, 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 call function, and every function returns something who called it. And here return response data, this create asynchronous Thunk, response data return to extra reducer add new post. Let's go to see extra reducer to extra reducer add new post. Here it is, fulfilled. Fulfilled. State post push action payload. It is action, and action have action type and action payload. Action type is this. Action type said what to do with payload. How here it is. State post push action payload. Look at that state status. We decided what will give here in reducer, and it is don't come from server. It is something like flag here, not something like, it is flags, used for flag. When it would be idle, we will have looping of dispatched of fetch post, and it will not be good because it is not idle, it is post status succeeded. And never have here idle, and idle we have only in initial state, in starting application. After that we have no idle, and there is no fetch post. We don't need fetch post again, because you see, when we push delete, ID go to server, server delete that post and send us back that ID, and we delete our code, our reducer, delete what we coding, delete, remove from our state. And the server take care about his side, and client browser take care of this side. And because when we add new post, we see that new post immediately, but not by fetch post. No. Add a new post is enough, and fetch a new post we don't need. It would be double doing something and waste resources. All the time when we delete, it is like that. We delete our side, server delete its side. When we add new post, we delete. We add new post in server. We send to server that post. Server update its side, its array, and send to us back ID, title, content, and we, with that new post payload, we update our by reducer, we change our state. And when I code update edit function, edit feature of post, we will say same process like like for delete and for add new post. It would be excellent experience for you that you alone create coding update, looking in application without Redux. It is application, this application, looking in here application, how update, look at handle update, etc. This application would be in description, Git repository address, in description below video, and you study you study handle update and update edit in here, and try to code in a Thunk. Also would be in your in description below this video. Try to create update in Thunk 1 application, in application would have Redux, would use Redux for centralized state, global state of application React Redux. But here, this application 417, there is it is only React, and it is same like there. Only difference is Thunk. You must add Thunk and extra reducer, and here is handle update and state in read. But there you must handle update, and always about update you must write in postsSlice, but form, edit form, will be in read, and edit form would be visible and not visible. It depends. It is if-else structure, declarative or imperative. But I was talking about that before, but I would talk again when I code that update. But in this video, that update I didn't do, and it is excellent moment that you try yourself. And in my experience, it is excellent, excellent process of learning. And when you would be stopped, have obstacles, have trouble, problem, ask artificial intelligence. ChatGPT, I always ask, and I must say that very, very successful that communication. For example, when I when I work on coding delete, I take code from this 470, but I forget dispatch. Write dispatch in postsSlice. I write Thunk. I add function for creation of Thunk, but in here it is in Thunk. In button. Here is it is postsSlice, post list. Here is I forget. I write handle delete post ID, and I concentrate on this post ID and this flow of data, post ID, handle post ID, and don't work, nothing happened. And I ask artificial intelligence, okay, you didn't use dispatch. And I write here dispatch. After that, again don't work. And after that, it is I see, I didn't, yes, maybe. I asked artificial, and artificial said, no, error would be dispatch is not declared. There is no dispatch. And I ask here, I see that it is component, and use dispatch is here. I have in post list there is a declaration of dispatch, but it is post list is other component, and post export is component. Must have that declaration inside that component, and I declare that, and it work, but don't work. Don't delete it only after a refresh, and I communicate with artificial about that, and etc., etc. In this conversation with artificial, all the best, all applause to artificial intelligence. There is one artificial intelligence send me good code for extra reducer, postsSlice. PostSlice. Here it is artificial, and here is but. Before that, I experiment here ID post.id, and after that I write ID, but when I change something, I didn't change, but I edit undo, and it means that I edit undo, coming in one position where this ID was wrong, and artificial intelligence give me excellent code, but because my confuse, not delete but edit, undo, I changed something what I didn't want to change, and didn't work. And in that moment, a conversation go wrong because artificial didn't know what to give me more, and after some time, maybe half hour, 1 hour, I see that here it is not ID, but here it is post.id. I changed that post ID. You understand what I want to say. I want to say that you must try to do yourself, but not step by step, some real for you. Concretely here, you have code for asynchron communication in React application 470. Here is a React application. And that code you copy and change here in Thunk 1 application. It is a React Redux Thunk application. And asynchron process copy from React application to React Redux Thunk application. And in that process, you will have a big experience in communication with artificial intelligence. Copy all pages, all application if you need, and ask what you want to ask. And artificial intelligence momentarily respond to you, and you copy that code, what she suggests you, etc. Ping pong between you and artificial intelligence. Thank you for watching this topic. What would be part of this long video about entire React Redux Thunk application. Edit or update post. It is only I must do to complete CRUD, create, read, update and delete. CRUD, create, read, update, delete. Create, read, delete I have in a Thunk application, Thunk 1, and I need code update. For that, I will look and copy all what I need from application 470. It is application without Redux. Copy that code and add code what I need add in a Thunk 1 application. At first, it is 470 application. Here is Thunk 1 application. My first step is not look at code in not Redux application, but thinking about that code, because I in this playlist of video I create video about edit, and maybe I little something forget, never mind, but okay, I must talk story. Always all beginning from story. Now when I know something before, from before about edit, about update, and I know what is mean, what I must do. I think I will. I'm thinking now how it is realized. Okay, so let's go. First, I must have edit form in application. Edit form. It means all begin from event. In this situation, it would be event. It would be button edit. When I click on a button edit, I must, after that, I must see form. And in that form, I must see title and content, what of post, what I click. Like after push, after press button delete, I have post ID of that post. And application software what follow know what to delete, what to remove from array. Also here, first I must see button edit. When I press button edit, I must see form. I continue thinking and think like this. Button edit will be in read component, and like delete. And when I push that edit, I will see in that row or separate, I will see form update with content inside field, title content of that concretely post. And the button on that form will be update. And I need use state in that form, because form there is some content inside field, title, content of that post, and I will click in that field and delete something and update text. When I get out of field, in that moment, it is on change event. In that moment, must be use state, must intervene, must immutable update that content in that field, and it will be a new content after my intervention, in field. It means that I must use state for form. That form, if it is separately, it must have import use state. If it is form inside, if it is form on a read component, read component must have use state, and use state exists because read component there is for child there is there is a form for add a new post. But this moment I thinking use state is in form create.js, because in that form create.js we have use state. But that form create.js is child of read form. This is I thinking only. I don't look in the screen. I thinking and talking. Sometimes with closed eye. Okay, about update. And update must have use state, of course, must have use dispatch, because when I push update, that moment we activate in 470, we activate function update. That function is on the same in a read a component. Okay, that situation I must see. Does it? Yes, function must be in read component, because state is owner of state, postsSlice is a read component. But button add new post concretely is in form create. Create is child of read, but create have a use state, and create add a new post, but function is on read. Because of that we must import reference in form create, and that reference to function add new post is like we activate add new post from create.js. Same for update also. It means I must, when I push button update, I must have import on that form, edit form, import update post from read, and when I push update, I activate update post reference, what means original on read, and it's it. Yes, and in Thunk, Thunk application, I will have difference only in that part of update. Button update will not be will not call function only function update, but we'll call dispatch update. Dispatch update, and it means that dispatch, that update must be in postsSlice. I spoke about Thunk, and in a form update I will have dispatch update post, and that update post is Thunk, what I create in postsSlice, and that Thunk update post must return response data to extra reducer. I must create extra reducer, and the extra reducer take updated value of post, and extra reducer must have a string for action type, and that string will be fulfilled when fulfilled. Asynchronous process is okay. In that moment we can update our state. And without Redux, we have state on a read component, and all other was a child component. All that was a child component. That form was child component. That add post form, that edit form is child component. And here we have a postsSlice, because the state is in centralized store, in centralized place. It is in Redux in store, and only reducer with the input state and action, only reducer can change state, because there is an input state, the original state, and have action what say what to do with payload. Okay, now I will look to 470 and copy what I need about update. Let's go to 470 and read. Here is a create, read, update. Here is update. But at first, all begin from, let's go to C. All begin from edit. First I must see here button update. Here it is, update, and look at heading, blog post, heading, update, and now again I have update. Again I have update, and when I update, instead A here, I will have B. Update, and here is B. Again, update. It is a read component. It means that I must begin from read to analyze. Update, and form coming here. This is form, heading, field heading, label, field blog post. I can change it in C. All that till now, I don't need postsSlice. It would be same in a Thunk application, like here. But now, when I push update, it is update. It must be asynchronous work with the Thunk function, because we must dispatch it not directly, but get out, dispatch to remote server. It is asynchronous process. When our data flow go out from application, nobody know when that data coming back and what happened in that time. Can be all okay or can be some error. If would be some error, data coming back, of course in software do what must do for yourself to update array, and the data coming back, and our software, our code must create update. How? By help of reducer. Only reducer can change state, can immutable update existing actual state. It means after this update we have C. It means that at first I can strictly copy without changes this position update, and because for that in that phase update and to show form we have not difference. We have no difference between no Redux and yes Redux. Okay, let's go to copy this button update. 470, 17. It is in read.js. Read button, it is delete, handle update. Here it is. And of course it is in return section. It is in return section. Here is the return section, and I want to copy that. You look at on click, handle update, post ID. It is same like delete button. Here on click, handle delete, post ID. Okay. Control C, and now go in Thunk application. Here is a Thunk application, post list. What there is read.js, here is a post list, and here is a button delete, and here would be button update, handle update. Delete, handle update, post list. Handle update. We don't need here dispatch. We call handle update. It is first handle update. It is first button update. We have two buttons. Let's go to back in this. We have button update, but I'm wrong. It is a second button update. I don't copy this moment. It is second button update. It is not first, and I must go back here in Thunk application and delete. Never do undo, but focus on what you copy here, you now delete. And let's go to 400. In 400 we have this button, but we must go up. It is if-else, but in declarative way, with question and column. Declarative way, declarative programming. Look at show edit form. It is in one block, curly bracket here and curly bracket here. It means that we create block. Here it is in one table cell, but we have more places because our code is not in table. And this is this block, and block means inside curly brackets is JavaScript, and that JavaScript and JSX programming language, copy that. Result of every block is if something execute. Program would be, block is one program, would be execute, and the result would be what would we see. I analyze when I copy this, and I copy this in our Thunk application here. I make more spaces for better control. Now here it is. And here it is, curly brackets here, and we see that curly brackets here. And now I will shift tab. Okay. What did this mean? Show edit form. It is flags. It must be one. Update ID and update ID. If it is existing, it means it will be if it is there is if it is one, and if it is one, end. It means end. Left side will be logical one, and pardon. What is left here is one side of operator end, and this is all together second side. This side must be one, and this side must be one. It means that show edit form must be true, and update ID equal post ID. It will be when we click on button update. It is first button. When we click, we must code that flex would be true. Who will change it? It will change use state. We will create changes by use state. It would be one local state that flags that variable. Also this variable equal post ID. When we press, it will be. And if it is true, complete relation result of this if it is true. Question mark means it will be execute this from this braces to this braces. Shift. This will be execute. What is it? It is form. Update. Look at. It means that we will see update React component update. It is update.js React component with properties post equal post, handle update post equal handle update post, handle update post, it is properties, equal handle update post, it is reference. Here it is. Select handle, okay. Post. I must import that handle update post. I go to see here. Handle update post. Handle update and handle update post. Look at it, is on read. Handle update post is on read. Here must be on read, and our handle update post must be postsSlice. State is in page read. Our state is central in Thunk application is in central, and update handle update post must be in postsSlice. Okay, let's go back. Handle update post is in read, and handle update post, and here is handle update post equal handle update post from here. Handle update post. Here is a handle update post, and here is a handle update post. It is in the same page. Handle update post is in on the read, and the update is also would be show in read, and it means that in a Thunk situation I must import handle update post. I must import handle update post because a function handle update post is not in same component. It is child. Update is child of read, but in Thunk it is not case. Function is postsSlice. Handle update post would be in postsSlice, and we must import handle update post here in post list. Handle update post copy, and let's go in Thunk. In Thunk, here is a Thunk, here is a post list. I must look at postsSlice. I must import no, I must here comma handle update post from, and now I must copy from here handle update post. I must copy it. I don't need the semicolon. Control C, back in Thunk, postsSlice here, export, constant handle update post, and this is like before, updated post. And all is this would be same for us. Updated post, column post. Okay, I must see, look at this one. Handle update post, but here it is a button in postsSlice. Always go back to begin. And begin is button update, first button update. Here is begin. Here is begin. And from this to this. And here we have handle update post properties, and this set show edit will be equal set show edit form. It is properties of React component update. I am in Thunk 1. Handle update. Of course, this button find handle update, and that handle update there is no, I must import it also. I get to back to here, handle update, here it is. I copy it in control copy, back to Thunk, control copy is in postsSlice, handle update, before of that like handle update, handle update, here is I must have use state, handle update, because all that is before dispatch, and all before dispatch, all before reducer, dispatch to reducer is is with set show, set state, is set state. And the handle update and handle update post will execute here in postsSlice. And I must postsSlice and go back. I must have in that postsSlice, I must have all this. All this. This state. Read.js. Read, here is a use state. It is read, and the useEffect is fetch data. It is fetch data. Use, here it is. Fetch post. I must concentrate little with the pen and the paper and finished this my list on doing list. And I stop create this video because it will be a very long video, and they concentrate me, and I need pen and paper for analyze where must go what, because here we have all possible topics about flow data, and about flow post. In our situation, it is post, and my concentration must be equal flow, and I would learn both sides, both case, without Redux and with Redux, and need big concentration for that. And there is a lot of location in both application, and always must think, do we need all that? Does it possible shorter? Does it possible with less function, less object, etc. Okay, I stop create video in this moment and continue finished this my assignment, and after that show video with that assignment. This part of video I will publish, upload this topic by reason that you see how I learn, and if it is for you good, interesting, you learn like me, and you continue also yourself. before, then you see my final realization. And only you will know by work like this. Try to knowledge show in experience. What is knowledge? Knowledge is that you know, until now, from my video, until now, you know how create edit post. And now, with that knowledge, not by remember, but by looking in the code of 470 application, by that knowledge that you, and look it in the code, that you know create edit, that you know create update post. Okay, thank you for this part of the video. Thank you for watching this part of the video, and good luck in continue work. This is part of video is topic update features in React application. Only React application, not Redux, without Redux and Thunk. Here is a read component, and here is all post. Together, it is array of post, plural posts, and it is state. It is state, owner of that state, of that list, is component read. It means that in that component, we must have set state. And the first phase of update is button update. In every row, every post, every row, there is an update. And that button, press that button, we have a form, a visible form, and we can change what we want, heading and blog post. We don't see ID. ID is 10 because ID is not for change. We only edit heading and the blog post, and it is update. It is edit or update of post ID 10. Second update and process is finished. Let's go see to code. Here it is, application 417. It is read the component, and first rendering of read component, we have declaration of post, constant post. It is declaration of variable post, of state post. And this way of declaration is destructured assignment. And this destructured assignment give us possibility that we have in one row, in one statement, we have posts, variable state, and have function set post, what will immutable update state posts, and equal right side is use state, it is hook use state, and square brackets inside like parameter means empty square brackets means empty array. It means we declare variable state post as empty array here. And it is after first rendering, it is during first rendering. In that first rendering, we have a useEffect, and in that useEffect calling fetch post, useEffect, there is no dependency, is not depend about anything, about any state, because here is state post, but there is a state show edit form, there is a state update ID, there is a state is loading. Any of that state can change, and after that we have re-rendering. Re-rendering, we will see. Okay, at first, during rendering, during first rendering, would be declare all that state. I concentrate now on that state post, what was declaring empty. And after use effect activates in the end of month, in the end of rendering, call fetch post, and that fetch post is here, function fetch post, will send asynchronous request axios.get to hypertext transfer protocol address, method get, and we will see if would be all okay. Now set post function, what here it is posts, it is what we receive from server, response data coming, and we declare state post, object post equal response.data, and that post is now parameter here in our function set post. In this moment, we have in a read component array of post, coming from server, mock server, remote mock server. I only now look at in this state post. And read now have state post, and we see, here it is what we see. We see component finished, and this is link on the top, but it is interesting. Here we see create component, and here down we see table, and in table it is heading, and in table here table body. In reverse order we see our post ID, post heading, post blog post. Every row in row cells is filled equal. We will see field of form. And here is a button, visible button update, but if show edit form would be 1, and update ID equal post ID, we will see, it is question mark, we will see update form, because it is not now case show edit form is a state, look it up, and update ID. We will see what is it. It is show edit form is false. It means not true. Update ID is empty. It means that we will see only first button update. Down, here it is, we will see this button update. And if we want to update some post, we click on that button. In that moment, on click properties, call equal arrow function, and that arrow function, in body of that arrow function, will be called handle update with the post ID.id as parameter. Post ID as parameter. Button is on a component read. But you look at return, here is a table. Table is a child of component read. Table row is a child of component table. This cell is every cell together. Every cell is a child of component table row. Of course, table again. Yeah. Table header is a child of table cell. Table row is a child of table header. Table header cell is a child of table row. Close table header. Before that, close table row. Table body is child of table. Table row is child of table body. Table cell is child of table row. Child of table row. Update will be open when we have condition for that. Form update will be opened in one table cell. And now button is one in this table cell. And how in that button we can write post ID. It is properties of state posts. State posters, it is array of post. Every post is object. There is a post.id, post.heading, and post.blog post. And it is properties of posts, of state posts. State is array of post. And how this post ID properties how we can write it here, like parameter of handle update. It is one because that state posters is here. here. Here it is declared at first empty, but after fetch post and useEffect would be immutable update by set post, and here value of post would be array of post. Every post, there is a post ID, there is ID properties. Every post is object. And it is in component read, it is owned by component read, and how it go to, how we can write it down in the button. It is thanks to closure. Thanks to closure. Here is a function read. But inside function read, we have this variable. Also, this function is also variable. Take care. Is also variable in functional programming. And that function fetch post is owned by component read. Let's go. useEffect is hook, but it is also variable. And inside useEffect, we call fetch post variable equal function. Variable equal function, function equal variable. It is important rule for functional programming. And useEffect is hook. It is owned by read component. It is here. But fetch post function is a child inside useEffect. And fetch post can have access to outer function. Who is outer function to useEffect? useEffect is outer function to fetch post. Together, useEffect and fetch post, together it is effect closure. Fetch post is closed function, useEffect is outside function. And useEffect is how is relation between function read component and useEffect. useEffect is a closed function by function read. Function fetch post is closed function by useEffect. It means that useEffect is a child of read. Fetch post is a grandchild of read. It is child of useEffect. And closure means that useEffect have access in lexical environment. It means useEffect have access to outside of useEffect, have access variable and function here of read, access to all variable and function of read. useEffect, it means that useEffect have access to fetch post. Because useEffect have access to fetch post, that fetch post come in here. It is same as this fetch post we write here. It is the same. Nothing changes. Application work. And it means that asynchronous function is inside body of useEffect, but fetch post have access to that because it is closure, it is closed. Have access to that. Have access to that fetch post. It means that fetch post is a grandchild of read. Grandchild of read have access to variable of read because child there is access. You see that hierarchy, and by that hierarchy, all descendants have access to variable and function of read. Variable or function of read. And here we have handle update function. We can write it in button. Button is grand maybe child of read. But step by step, handle update, closure by rule of closure, button, like grandchild of read, has access to variable of read. And because that handle update, we can write like props, like properties of button. That properties of button is on click. It is also event, JavaScript event. And that props on click equal handle update. And parameter of handle update, we can write here it is. We can write post ID. Post ID. Handle update in this button, here is on click. It is props of button. It is of semantic user interface. We use React element button. It is not HTML, but React element button. And it is object. It is React element object. There is properties, color properties, on-click properties. And on-click properties, we write handle update function, and we write post ID. It means that function handle update, what is inside the read component, can be props here in grandchild. thanks to rule closure. Also post.id. Post.id is properties of post. Post is in read, and coming here to button grandchild, same like handle update. Handle update post ID. When we click on button update, on click is properties of button, but also it is a JavaScript event and means and activate it is event click on button update. We click on button update, we call arrow function, and in body of that arrow function, we call handle update function. Handle update function, there is a parameter post.id. And that post.id, it is way how post ID, like very important thing, like very important information, which post we click, which button update of which post we click. Here is that interaction, that is connection. Every row there is a button update, and every row there is one post ID heading blog post. And when we click on concretely row update, we have information post ID, and it is parameter of function handle update. And we must go to see what handle update does with it. Handle update, handle update, handle update, handle update. Handle update, look at, it is declaration of object. Object is variable. Handle update is object equal arrow function. Arrow function. Object equal arrow function. I said myself when I first time see it, it was maybe 2 years ago or 1 year. Okay, it is normal because function something return, and that what function return is object variable. Also, object that function can return function, but that function must return object. And always return, sometimes must be end of function return, and it in that end is always, not always, but can be object can be variable. And here, handle update equal arrow function. Look at arrow, but that arrow function call set update ID function. It means that handle update now know what number. After calling of button, after press of button, we know that here it is 10 or 1 or 2. It is concretely number. It is argument of post. And in body of that arrow function, we call set update ID. It is a set state. It is a function what we have from set state hook. Set update ID, immutable update ID. ID was empty. Now ID is 1 or 10 or some number. And also set show edit form is true, but it was initially false. Look it up. Show edit form is false initially. Update ID is initial state is nothing. And now, after we push button and after calling update, we have a set update ID. We have immutable updated ID. ID is mutate, and set up update ID is mutate, and show edit form is mutate. And now it is changed, and after that changes, we have again rendered, re-rendered. It is a rule. Change of state means rendering, re-rendering component. And component re-rendering now re-rendering in re-rendering process, show edit form will be true, update ID will be, for example, 10, and look at end. useEffect will not activate, will not call fetch post, because fetch post in useEffect, here it is calling, here not depend. useEffect is not depend of anything, not depend of show forms, not depend of update ID. If I write show form here, and it will be update and activate, but we don't need activate fetch post again, because changes of show form in true and update ID in 1 or 10, there is no effect of post, and the post is the same. Array of post is the same, and we don't call other one. And here is an excellent example for not dependent. And after rendering go down, here is rendering. We here show edit form is 1, and update ID equal post ID. It is true, equal post ID. In that moment, we see update form. We see update form, and we send like properties, like props, send post to that form, send handle update post, and this is handle update post. It is props, but post is a state in a read. Update component is a child of read. But position now, where is update form, it is grandchild. Update is in some table cell, and we will see it can be grandchild update, but is descendant of read. And like that, update form here, we can flow of that data go from parents to child, grandchild to descendant. And here, from read, topic of hierarchy, data go down. What data? Data is post. Take care here. It is only one post, not posts. only one post, and we will see what post is it. It is one post. What post? What we click. And handle update post. It is data. It is function, but you know it is like data because post. You look syntax. Post is object. Handle also is object. Handle update post equal handle update post in read. Here we, by props, we send data, we send state from read to update. And set show edit form, we send to update. How? With equal handle update post is a reference. It is reference. It is variable information, current information. It is reference of handle update post in read. Also, set show is reference. It means that when we call handle update post in update, we really call handle update in read, because only in read, function in read can mutate post. Handle update post or is owned by read, and the handle update post only can change state post, but update form like this, because here it is props equal handle update post, we can activate handle update post from update. B like B, this moment we finished process first phase of update, and now we, after second rendering, concretely in this situation, we have we see update form, and we can open that update form. Update form. Here it is. Update form, and you see a constant update. Look at, we declare object update, but object, we declare that it is equal function, arrow function, and the parameter of arrow function is post handle update post set show edit form. Look at, only post here is object, but handle update post is function, but it is also object, and set show edit form is object, because all that is can we see like object, because it can be declared, it was declared as object. And here is update, and update, now there is an open state, because it is a destructured assignment, where we, in one row, we have here state heading and function set heading, and the initial value, look at use state, is post heading, concretely post. It is from ID, post ID, what we follow all the time. And that post, we see in field, we see heading, content of heading. Also, in blog post, set blog post, in use state, start initial value is post blog post. And we see two fields, heading and blog post, and content. And we can edit it. We can edit it. And it means that update, there is a oven state, heading and blog post, oven state. ID is not state because there is no use state for ID, and we not mutate ID. ID here is our unique identification of post, what we need edit. It is use state is we have initial value, and we see that in we see that here. Here it is. But now when we click here, I can write what I want. And update. This phase, when I get out from inbox, from field, that moment is on change. And it is a new value. It is updated value. It is immutable update by set state. And back to code. Back to code, we must have for this state, we must, for all states and also for this state, we must have a moment, event when we change it, immutable update. Here is set heading, and here is set blog post. When on change, event on change is when we finished changes and get out, unfocus. We change focus. We get out with focus, get out from field. In that moment, it is change. And now I need to explain what happened after click this other update button. It is a button in form. When I click update in form, what will happen? Let's go to see here. It is update component. In that update component, we must see button. Always looking from beginning, from first event. It is click on button. Here it is. Button update and button cancel. Cancel will be on click set show edit form false. Form update will be closed. But for us, it is interesting. Button form is here. Button is button submit. Type submit. Update, and when button is type submit, we must look in form. And what happened on submit? On submit is an event when we click on button submit, and that event call handle submit. That event call handle submit. And we go look at handle submit. Handle submit is a function here opened by update. And look at handle submit. Handle submit is asynchron, asynchron function, arrow function. Set loading true, it is beginnings because of animation or other kind show that we waiting Asynchronous wait is keyword that we must wait, that it is activated promise, and we must wait what would happen. Here is, I used fetch only like example. Until now, I'll use, in all other example, I use Axios. Here I use fetch, and you see how with fetch there is more coding. We must write, okay, fetch address, and post ID, we must send post ID to server. We say we send this post ID because update, there is post, complete post, and we can take post ID, it is properties of post, because post come in here in update like props, and we take ID and we can write here parameter post ID after this address of our project in mock server. And method put and headers, you look at, we must write these headers. And in body, it is just some string file. We must, in curly brackets, you see, we must write heading and blog post. It is variable. It is immutable, updated, new value for heading and blog post. And take care, blog post, heading and blog post go in this part, in body, but ID, what we cannot update, go through this. And the mock server will know post ID and the new value for heading. And software on the mock server will do that, will edit that post. And the response that is same post ID and the heading and blog post send back to response. And if response would be okay, the properties of object response is okay, we write here in curly brackets declare constant updated post equal curly brackets ID post ID heading a blog post. This post ID is from address, parameter from address, and heading and blog post. And this updated post here is complete updated post with all properties, ID, heading, blog post. And we ready handle update post, call this function, but it is reference, handle update post, it is reference, and the parameter now is updated post, and by that reference, we are on the update component, but handle update post is reference to handle update post in a read component, and send updated post. We have now our updated post, and handle update post read in read component is activate, and in read component immutable update new posts complete array with updated post. How? And after that, if it is okay, we set show edit form to false, and we will not see form update, but we will see changed new posts object, and in that new post we will see changed updated post. Handle, and it is by reference, because we cannot with function in update change state state in read, in other component. By this way, by reference, we can do that. Because of that, we pass handle update post, pass here in update, pass here, in parameter of arrow function, pass here. And also set show edit form is also, set show edit form is state of read. But here is a reference, and by reference, we activate original set show edit form and immutable update show edit form to close. Look at update post. What do? It is in read. Here it is. Update handle update post. Here it is. Handle update post equal arrow function. Now we have argument. We know updated post. We know ID heading and blog post of updated post. And in this arrow in body, we set post. Set post is function what immutable update posts, complete posts, like this posts array, map, method map, and in parameter post by post, we control post ID equal updated post ID. If it is true, after question, that new array will have updated post in that place. And after, if it is not, we have post. It means in this statement, map, take post, compare, does it ID updated post? If it is, updated post coming here, coming in an array. If not, post go in array as it, not changeable. It means post by post go in a new array, but that post would have ID updated post. ID will be put in array like I updated post, like I updated post. Again, in this statement, we set post. Because set post, it is plural. It means immutable update complete post, entire post state. By way that map post by post in a new array, but if ID is of updated post, instead the original post, in that place coming updated post, and continue post, other post not changeable. And after that process, set show edit form false. It is to false. It is here in handle update post. But okay. Something, yeah, and it is process, and in that example, you must take pen, take paper, and write that data flow. It is very important data flow. State, go to props. That props is important for like reference, to activate function, from update to read. And you think what we need to have an update and what we need to have in read. And update and how props became state for update. It is heading and blog post. Something else here about read, update. Okay, read. Read. You always very often we see concretely here button on click handle update. Why we have not handle update on click equal handle update post ID, and not on click equal arrow function, and in the body of arrow function we have handle update. Why on click don't call directly handle update post with parameter post.id? Reason is rendering. Rendering is here something what give difference from before, from other coding. When rendering, if we have on click equal handle update post ID, during rendering will be activate handle update post ID, because handle update post ID directly is calling, and rendering activate that call activate. Rendering is event. Rendering execute when C function call, because when we call some function, when we start some function, it is like this. This writing function means activate. We call that function, and after call, in that moment we call event, must event activated, but rendering would be activated without need to on click, because during rendering, look at what happened, and rendering function like this, and because of that we have arrow function, and arrow functions protect handle update to be activated during rendering. During rendering. And on other places is the same reason. Look at, for example, read rendering. Here is read rendering here. All this is block. And this block, it is one separate, isolate program. and that program executed during rendering. And here, in first rendering, in that program execution, that program, it is if-else structure, and it would be executed during rendering, first rendering. Show edit form is false, update ID is empty, not equal post ID, and will be executed after column. We will see button. But when we click on that button, that moment show edit form became true and update ID became number post.id, and in that moment we have after question mark what we have update form. We see rendered would be rendered update form. Rendered means what we see on the screen. It is update form. And why we must props send state from read like props to update. Post, we need post because we need in update, we need the heading and blog post to see. And ID of that post, what we click, we must send through asynchronous, not asynchronous, but yes, asynchronous function to mock server. And why we need handle it? We need it because that on submit we have edited blog post and heading that we can update, handle update post, that we can, here we call original in read, handle update post, activate it. And here, set show edit form, we call original from reading, set show edit form, it will be execute, it would be false. Here would be activate function on reads component, because must be immutable update posts state on read component, and it is activate from update because it is reference. This props with same name that is only a reference to original. It is something like remote activate handle update post. Remote from update component activate handle update post. And here is a set show edit form, activate original side, because post handle update post and set show edit form is coming here like it is read coming in update coming here in curly brackets as post, state from read coming here in update. It would be all for this moment, for topic. You understand it if you read my earlier video about functional programming, about state, etc. But it is a very, very interesting example update because there is more moment than other. Because here we must open form. In form must be initial state, original state, and that state became local state because use state coming in play in game. And after that, update and activate original update in read component. You must listen many times and stay and understand all and every code, every word in this update process. It is 470, it is React only, it is without Redux. It will be interesting now in the next topic where we would speak about Redux, React Redux application, update in that moment. Here state, and when it coming, you must get back to here and see where it is state. State is in read, state post is important state. It is data, but all other set block, all other set loading and open show form, show edit form, all that is like flags, but it is a state like any other state, and changes in any state is a reason for a re-render component. And how render component? Why we have arrow function not directly on click equal handle update, but on click equal arrow function, and in body of arrow function we have handle update. And all that moment you must understand, and you must have practice. You write by hand this part of code. Writing, coding this update, understanding this update, and lot of time. Because if you go ahead after understanding, okay, I understand that and go ahead, we never, you will be lose in the next topic when we speak about update in a React Redux component. React Redux only. But after that, we have topic update in React Redux Thunk application. Thunk application. Because Redux don't mean, React Redux don't mean automatically that we use data from mock or some remote server. No. For example, when we use basket in e-commerce, and in basket we have a button remove, add, plus, minus, number of pieces, etc. Every that action, remove, add, plus, minus pieces, must not go every time outside of the React to server. No, on the server can go finished order, but that state, add one, add two, add, remove, that state about basket in process of buying, that state, immutable changes state, can be local, but also can be in a Redux, in centralized state, but will not, and we will see that in the next example, and we learn that dispatch. That means this is topic about a React application update in React application. And state is local. Here we have state in read and we have state in update for. And in the next topic we will see React Redux component, but state don't go out of the React Redux. And the third example is React Redux Thunk, what I call React Redux Thunk, where we have state centralized location of state, but this time data must go to remote server and coming back in our centralized position, update in that condition. There is no big difference. There is no big difference, and if you don't understand this update, you don't go ahead. But repeat again, it is not enough understand. You must repeat many, many times and stay on that beginning. Stay, look at what not understandable. Do you understand this destructured alignment? Do you understand why we always have arrow function? Why we have handle submit equal arrow function? Why does it not that object equal directly function, not arrow, but directly this what is in body? Because of rendering. Rendering, if we have directly to function, rendering would be execute that function. And the arrow function is don't permit execution in rendering. And save for event what would activate execution of some function. And all question you can have only after looking and stay longer on same features update. Concretely, we speak about update. Longers, and every look at, every thinking, every listening me, you will have question, what I don't say in this my lecture. And you will have question what we must explore around. And only stay longer time on, you will research, you will see more, maybe all. But when you go ahead, you must compare that ahead with this and connect this and with the next topic and compare what is difference. Also, here and everywhere is very, very important how state go to props and what must go like props in update from read. And read, state in read can update only function in read. And that story about functional programming here, that object equal function, and it is always arrow function because will not be executing during rendering. It is very important that you with practice here connect that practice with that theory. And if you need, you read other text, search, you talk with artificial intelligence. It is artificial intelligence is not still is not good for to write you all component, but part of that code can convert in same code. For example, structure with question mark and column can translate with if else, or this update, this fetch, if you copy in artificial this fetch, that translate you, that recode you in axios.get, axios.put, axios.put request. Artificial intelligence is excellent in that. Okay, it is it. Thank you for watching this part of this topic update.
What is rendering? Rendering is a series of events. Because component, we code component in JavaScript extension. It means HTML and JavaScript together. It means static construction, structure of a web page, final product, and programming. JavaScript is programming. And it means that rendering component, process of rendering, take structure HTML as it, but JavaScript must be executed. Any execution must have initial event. Only event can start execution of one programs, one function. And when we know that, look at this component read, for example, and look at this part. This is block. In curly brackets, we have a block. It is one program. It is one program. Every block of program means one autonomous program. What must be executed to see result on the screen. And here it is. If-else structure. Here it is in block. We start with if-else, and all structure is if-else. For example, show edit room, it is state, it is variable, must be 1. And update ID must be equal post.id. Together it would be 1, and if it is 1 result, question mark means would be execute this. We would see update, form update, with all these props go from read to update. Update is child, read is parent component. If it is not 1, this condition is not satisfied. We will see this after column. We will see button update with all his properties, color and on click. And here is finished, block finished. Here is beginning, here is finished, and we will see delete button delete also here. It is inside of that button, is inside of that block, and it is visible after column. And first rendering of read will have we have declaration, for example, not for example, concretely posts, show edit form, update ID, is loading, for state, and every state there is initial, use state, parameter initial state, set post is empty array, show edit form is false, update ID is empty, is loading is true, use state is loading is true. And I look at it is something not good, but don't take care about this is loading is not now important. And first rendering, all that must be executed, because declaring, it is programming, it must be declare constant, it must be declare post, show edit room, update ID, is loading, must be declared, and it is declared. And after that we have a function fetch post, and after finished rendering, activate useEffect, and useEffect call fetch post. Fetch post, role of fetch post is take array post, and it will happen here. Function fetch post, it will happen here, and the result of that would be visible here in screen in this part return, where we have a table, and in table we will see ID heading block post action title of field, and in table we have block programs must be executed, and rendering must execute this program. And execution of this program, because it is this reverse order, we have a list of posts, and here must be execute if else structure, and must be execute, and rendering, events in rendering start execution of this block, and result of this, because show edit form is false, update ID not equal post ID, and we have list finished would be visible button update, button delete, and every row one post. It is list. But when we click on update button of some post, we change show edit form and update ID, and that changes of that state activate
it is event change state. It is event what start re-rendering read component. When we click on button update, on click handle update, on click is properties of React element button, and that properties equal arrow function, and handle update no post ID, and handle update we can look what handle update do. Handle update, here it is, no ID, set updated, it is set updated function. In parameter ID, it means that update ID after this statement is equal some number of post, ID post. And set show edit form is true. And it is important that now this block show edit form and update ID equal post ID is true. Both sides of end door is true, result is true, and would be execute this update. We will see form update. Second question. First question would be what is rendering. Second question is why here in button, in other situation very often we have arrow, lot of arrow function. Why here button on click event is not equal directly handle update post ID like we know from before. For example, why we need on click equal arrow function? Why not directly? Reason is rendering, events in rendering. Rendering, when see this situation, when see this, would execute it. It is a call for execution. Handle update, and in parentheses parameter, with parameter, in parentheses is calling, we call function, execute. We want that would be execute, and events in rendering, rendering will execute it. But it would be wrong, execute now. We want that it would be executed only when we click on button. When we click on button. Look at, for example, here in useEffect, here it is. Look at it. It is like this we call function. Fetch post and parentheses. For parameter here there is no parameter. We call function, execute function. Function is defined here. But here is a calling of that function. Defining function is here inside of read component. But useEffect is a closed function. Is closed function, and closed function, it is effect closure. This closed function can access
a variable or function from lexical environment, it means from outer function. Read is outer function. useEffect is inner function. Inner function can have access to function and variables of outer function. Okay, and we call this fetch post, but we don't call it directly like this. Like this, for example. No, we call it by arrow function, because rendering, when see that, will execute it. It is this kind of writing code. It is explicit calling function. Call that function, fetch post, execute. And rendering will execute that function. Every time when was useEffect. Every time when was rendering. When was rendering. And we don't like it, and because of that we have arrow function. We have arrow function. Arrow function. Okay, here it is. And also same is for update button. Update button, here it is. On click we have we call it is okay. Here it is, arrow function. Because of that, in rendering, when rendering events, series of events, see something like that, cannot activate this function, because first must be activate arrow function. And arrow function, write like this, it is same as defining a function. It is not ready for, it is not for a rendering process and not ready to execute. This is ready to execute, but it is not directly. It is in body of arrow function. And only on click event call start start execution of arrow function, because it is explicit on click event call arrow function, call this program. It is in curly brackets. It is block. Curly brackets always means block of, and inside of that block is autonomous program, and in that program is arrow function. And on click call directly handle update call on click. Also
in fetch, fetch post, rendering or any events cannot, rendering cannot, events, series of events in rendering cannot start this function because it is defining, not calling. Because there is a here a name function, function, keyword, fetch post, but here is a calling. Here is a calling of function to execute. But it can be called only by dependency. Only by dependency, and because it is in curly brackets, can be called only by a useEffect dependency. If no dependency, like here, useEffect call fetch post first time, first rendering, and never again. Only first time, because don't depend about state. What is state? Don't depend about post. Don't depend about show edit form. Don't update. Don't depend. And when re-rendering, because of changing show edit form and update ID, fetch post useEffect happened. useEffect always happened when finished rendering of component. But about dependency, depend, does it call fetch post or not? Because there is no dependency, useEffect happen every time, but not call fetch post. And rendering, and it is not loading, it is rendering. Rendering is series of events. Loading is only one event. It is an event of loading. It is when loading finished, when web page would be rendered on server. That process, when web pages go to browser, it is a loading process, because rendering was executed on server, and now it is a process of loading. Here we have a loading complete application, a JS6 JavaScript application, complete React application. Loading go to browser and execute on the browser. Also, we can execute on the server also that JavaScript application. And in that moment, we have loading only finished product, static finished product, static finished web page. It is HTML. And CSS go to browser. And here in JavaScript, concretely in this application, what I now do is JavaScript application, React application, go to browser and execute on the browser. It means every changes of state in any component induce a re-rendering of that component. But that component don't need every time go to server. And because of that, there is a useEffect with dependency. And rendering in browser means a lot of event what can activate function. Because of that, here is a set update ID. We don't write like this.
And from programming, never from programming, procedural object programming, we never see function only by name. We have defining structure, declaring, defining function, and we have calling of that function. Calling is always like this. It is the name, and because of that, when I coming in this kind functional programming, it was very, very confused for me, and I don't know how beginner see this kind of programming. But beginner must know what was before, because there is no place where we have not object and procedural. Procedural in every step. In every programming we have procedural, object-oriented. It's the same in JavaScript. All the time we use the dictionary properties, object properties, a variable, and without knowledge what is object, what is properties, what is method, cannot understand and work now, and cannot understand declarative, how declarative programming different from imperative programming, and don't understand what we spoke about method and properties. Object can have method and property, but here, because we write like this, how to say what is variable, what is function? Both is here is update ID, is state, is variable, but this is function. It is only here in this functional programming it is function, because function equal object equal variable, variable equal function, and now we know why it is, because of rendering. We cannot call this here because of rendering, and because of that there is a lot of programming in background, and what we see, what our eyes see, and what we programming, and it is all what we see on the screen, we must program. We must know all that, why we write this like variable, not like function. Also, here it is this kind of declaration is also very, very confused for me first time when I see that it is destructured assignment. Destructured assignment. It means that in array we have at first we see two variables or two objects, post and set post, but after learning we see that set post is function, but with a lot of coding, a lot of learning, reading, we see that set post is function, and we see that function we can write like object, like variable. And now when we know that rendering is a series of events, that rendering, every rendering, re-rendering is a series of events, and that events start execution of programs. We know that we can manipulate with function like manipulate with variable or object. Here is the same. Look at here in update in if else. Here is look at update is form. Update is component and React component, and here is written like React element. We don't see every detail. We see only update and self-close tag, and inside, because update React element is object. Every React element is object. Every object can have properties, but every object can have a method also. And it is knowledge what we must know. Also we must know we cannot flow from in our career from this up, because what we see now, we see properties, what we short call props, and properties coming from parent component. Update is child component, parent is read component, and coming from read component here, props. But I said parents and child, but not. You have table, table row, table cell, table body, and all that is parents, child, parent, child. But it is when we, but from beginning, all that is hierarchy from read to down, child, grandchild, grand-grandchild, grand-grandchild, and the update here is maybe grand-grand-grand-grandchild of update. But we know that thanks to closure effect, we can, that update here component, have access to all function and variable of read. Function and variable of read. And look at here, properties, properties, and properties. But in reality, post is properties. It is object post. It is ID, object would have ID, properties of post is ID, heading, and blog post. And okay, here it is, okay, but handle update post is method. But here it is props, it is properties. And we have update here have 3 properties. But in real time, like we declare it, when we declare it in object programming, it post would be properties, but handle update post would be method. Set show edit form would be method. But here it is properties because this is property, value of that properties, value of that properties. And I talk about that. We cannot write like this. We cannot write like this. It would be explicit method, explicit function. We cannot write like this because in first rendering, events of rendering would start execution of that function. Because of that, we handle post also. And it is very, very confused. Very, 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 very confused. We spoke method properties. We use that word. But if it is same, we don't need two words. We don't need method, word method, and word properties. We must start learning this React with one word, but it is impossible because real word of React is variable equal function, function equal variable, function can be parameter, function can be execute, function can be function in parameter, and etc. But it is very excellent when you longer time stay on the starting point. Don't go fast from this basic knowledge. Stay on basic knowledge. Work simplest possible component, simplest possible application. This is simple possible application. Post. You have form for adding post, and you have visible post. It can be social network, what we see every day, what we use every day. Social network, post. But take care. We must have options and on the server that push to us every new post, because now my application call a post only in first rendering, read, call post in first rendering, and after that what I write I only see, don't see other what connected on same server, because I don't use that element of push. And you can ask artificial intelligence what you need that post coming in every browser after publish, and you will see all options what you need for that. And it means that you have not something more to program. It is programming in same. But with post, you create. This is what you look at is social network. Is a social network like this would be visible. Every post would be visible. Who writing post in all around world, I would see only when I refresh reading, because in that moment first rendering of read, fetch post, get complete all post from server. Okay, so now when you look at now, show edit form, here is a variable. Update ID, here is a variable. Handle update post, here is a variable, but it is a function. Set show edit form, here is a variable. It is value of props. It is props. And by that props, we have a possibility activate handle update post function, original function, in read. Also, by these props, we have a possibility to activate, to start, to execute, set show edit form in read. in a read component. It is like remote. From update, we have a remote control on a function in read, in other component. It is govern or manage function from one component, concretely from update, manage function in a read component. Handle, update, post, set, show, edit, form. Let's go look at set, show, edit, form, read. Let's go up. Read, here it is. Here is handle, update, post. Handle, update, post. Handle, update, post in read. We control that. Also, set, show, edit, form. Go to false. Here also set, show, edit, form. It is read. Here it is set, show, edit, form. Set, update. Set is loading. Set, post. And this for post, this for state, this for variable is owned by read and can be changed only by function in component read. Again, repeating, by props we transform, we connect possibility of govern, or possibility of control from child function in upper level, function in upper level to control. We can go from down to up with state, but we can change state, up change, topic up state. We can change from down, deep down, descendant, from grandchild. We can change. We can activate function what change state in up level, in the most up level in hierarchy. Thanks to properties. And now look at here. We have a function, but that set update ID is not properties or is not variable. It is strictly syntax for function, like it was in beginning of programming, in history of programming. Name of function, set update ID, and parameter is argument. We have argument, it is concretely number of post. Also, set, show, edit, form, and argument true. And it would be execute, but only when somebody click button update and activate arrow function, not directly handle, but activate arrow function, and in body of arrow function would be execute handle update. And handle update take ID, set, and in body of this arrow function we have execution of this set state function, and immutable update state set update ID, and set show edit form. As we see, all what I said until now, we see that all here in read component, we can call properties. We can call properties because this, for example, this function fetch post, I can write constant fetch post equal and arrow. Asynchron constant fetch. No. Okay, this asynchron, I must cut here and paste here. And all is as before. All work as before, nothing changed, but now fetch post is object. I declare object, constant fetch post is object equal asynchron. It is a fetch post function, and look at in admin I have a list of posts. Fetch working excellent. And I get back here. Because of this, we can call all properties. We can call all object, call variable, and closure means that closed function have access to outer function. Access variable can access variable from outer function. Here is read.js is outer function. And all this inside useEffect, it is, we can call that properties. Handle add post. Here it is constant. It is object. Here is handle delete object, handle update object. But I can write it in function also. Constant. I can write it in function. Any of that. Constant handle update. I can write in function. It means function handle update, and it is form syntax for function. Pardon. Here it is. Function handle update. Nothing changed successfully. All is successfully. And all what we have here in read, we have access to that variable from child, from descendant, and from update form, from this form update. And here is access. Handle update post, set show edit, post. Here is a handle update post. Here is a value. It is reference. Value is a reference to original handle update post in read. Set show edit form is a reference to set show edit form. Not coming here all code, but reference. And we start by our props here. By props have can activate, can execute original function in read. It means that state go down to through hierarchy of descending from parents to child, from child to grandchild, from grandchild to grandchild, etc. But by properties, by props, and it is go down by props, state go down by props, but also and cannot go up, state cannot go up, but can go control. We can have control from any level from down to any level up, thanks to properties, thanks to syntax like this. And from reference in child, we have reference in child, in grandchild, etc. From that reference, we activate original in read component. React is full of arrow function. In React function equal variable, variable equal function. And when I said variable, I think on object also. Object or variable, it is same thing. And function, object, variable, function, it is same thing. And now, when we know that, about rendering, that rendering is a process of a lot of events, and that events activate execution. We must have execution of JSX language in component. JSX language in component. We must execute to see something on the screen. To see something on the screen. During that execution, there is a function what get out from, we have useEffect, and inside that function go out from React and take data from server and bring us to our application and finished contact with server. And there is no continuous contact with server, but there is a contact with server only when we want. For example, when add new post, we must go to server and get back from that. When we delete post, we must go to server and delete that post on the server. When we update post, we must go out of the React and delete and update that post and get back information to re-render what we need. Component, what we need re-render, what component would have that state. And it is like that because of bugs. We render in only component what is owner of state when state changed. Because it is known who is owner of state, that component only changed when changed state, and all other components, down, child, grandchild, what depend about that data will be subscribed to that state and will be immediately also re-render it, because a listener of changes, use selector, see change immediately after changes state in some up level, in some up. Immediately use selector activate re-rendering child, grandchild, etc. what depends about that state. It is like this, and because of that we have less bugs. And think about when we have a lot of state, when we have state everywhere, and every state can go in every direction, can go up, can go down, etc. Here is it is not possible because of component. We don't work here with web pages. We work here with more or less part of web pages, and that part we call component, and that part must configure final product web pages. We have not directly, with React we don't produce directly, we produce component. But what is why we use component? Because of user experience. It is the most important reason why we use component. All other reason is must do because of this use experience. And that use experience, when you on the screen, don't wait, surf, and don't wait, click, 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 and you immediately see content without waiting. It is something what today every component must have, because it is the most possible user experience today. Immediately to see. It is like work in Word, Excel, etc. Some desktop application, all working on your PC, and you write, you see immediately what you write. What you do immediately. And also situation is also with React application and other JavaScript, and it is the reason why JavaScript was very, very important, and why go to server, execute on the server, all is possible, but immediately to see. Until now, until these times of frameworks of JavaScript, we try it by cache, but cache is there is not popular, because cache means that you have old pages, and how old pages you can have. Now, with this this possibility that you see immediately component, and that you change, re-render only component what change state, not to other. It is possible. It is a reason that we see immediately content on the screen, and in time of social network, it is important, most important. We see immediately messages in our timeline, in our social network. Thank you for watching this part of this long video, and
ask question, spoke about this if you like it. If you like it or subscribe to it. Tell friends, tell somebody what need video like this, what need explanation like this. Comment and engage. Your engagement means growing our community around this video and means better learning for all of us what look at this video. Thank you again what you watching, and see you again later. Hi, this is IK. Welcome to topic update in React Redux application. Update in React Redux application. We had update in React application. Now update in React Redux application. In the next topic, it will be update in React Redux Thunk application. Here is a React Redux application 454. Here is a add new post form and list of posts. When we click in view post, we have single post page. And in that single post page, edit post, here start our story about update. Edit post. We coming here by parameter in address. Parameter bring us, and by link, bring us to concretely post. And now in edit form, we have post what we click, which link we clicked, what we want to edit. And in a title field, we have a content of title, that post. In content field, text area, we have content about that post. Title content. And now I can edit this text and save the post. Is most important what interested us. It is React Redux. It means that state is not in post list. Before was read list. State is in Redux store. Centralized position. State is outside of React. It is in Redux application. It is separate application. Remember what save our states, and concretely we spoke here about state posts. It is array post, and it is saved. It is located in store, Redux store. And when I click save post, that title and content and ID, concretely what we have from parameter from web address, will go to, by reducer, must go to reducer, must be dispatched to store. And what would be dispatched? Must be dispatched action creator. And action creator will create a string what to do, action type, and payload, action payload. Again, action creator will create string action type and action payload. Action type is said what to do with payload. What to do with payload. Payload is this content of title and content, title and content, that, what we write inside, and ID. ID coming by web address, by param. And we have ID, title, and content. It's three properties of one post. A lot of post is array of posts and state about what we spoke and take care is plural posts. We take care about complete array. And this edited, updated post must be part of next state, of next array post. And it will do a reducer. Only reducer can change state. Before, we don't need a reducer. Okay. In the next topic will be update of React Redux Thunk. And after that, I will compare all three in some video. And now I must concentrate on this update of React Redux. You must a lot of time repeat this. Repeat and look at and listen and look at, and most important, code. Repeat code and understand update, process of update. And process of update that we have post in edit form, in update form. And that post we can change by our hand, we can change. And use state will memorize changes. And when I click Save Post, it will be dispatched. It will be dispatched by action dispatch method. Or store, there is a dispatch method. Redux store is object what have a dispatch method. And by that dispatch method, we dispatch what dispatch action creator. Action creator, and that action creator is function. It is reducer, and the action creator cooperate with reducer. In postsSlice, we have all what we need for action creator, reducer, and action type. All what we need there is there, what we need code. And from that, what we coding there, postsSlice will create action creator, reducer, action creator, reducer, and the string type of action, and of course, action payload. Action payload. It would be created postsSlice, and we have dispatch. We must dispatch action creator, and reducer have input state, and now we'll have input action, object action. In that object action will be properties string action type and properties action payload. Let's go to see in code. From our starting point is save post in edit form. Here it is. A page edit post form. Here it is. Edit post form. Go to return and find a button. Button on click save post. Call value of properties. On click is here because here is HTML. We call that HTML element. It is not a React element. It small case name started. It is but, and in this page we have JavaScript extension, and it means mix of JavaScript and HTML. And in that mix, when we have JavaScript, we give it in curly brackets. And here again, we call onSave post click as object. It is object, it is a variable. And we call that, and we must go up onSave post click to see what is it. OnSave post click is object, is variable equal arrow function. Now from last time, we must call that onSave post click. We must call that like object, like variable, without parentheses, like function. Because when we have here, if we have here, for example, parentheses, in rendering, during rendering, would be executed, because in any programs, it means call, it is call function. It is start function, execute, start to execute function. And the rendering is a series of action, and rendered would activate something like this. Like activate that function, but we don't need it. We want that it would be activated when we press button save post. And because here is not parentheses, it is only name of object. Name of object. Of course, here on edit, on save post click, on save post click, on save post click, I can write function, and here it is, and delete it. Now, all working like before, nothing changed. And again, I can call it with like this. It would be error, because in syntax like this, process of rendering would be activate execution of that function. And because of that, all is like before, nothing changed. I can look at here, all is as before, repeat, and it is here I change something, I change something. It means that when I press save post, I activate, let's go to, I activate on save post click. This is, I again spoke about that properties, about on save post click, about how object, how variable equal function, and why we use a lot of arrow function. Because, and why we use this without parentheses, because of rendering. Rendered, process of rendering, is reason that we call, that we have a new profession. It is a developer. Developer is not programmer. Developer is something more than programmer. Programmer is a person who know program and programming data, manipulate, program for manipulation with data. And it is some part of developer job. Developer job is create, develop application about visuality, about how, what we see on the screen. What we screen, it think to us eyes what we see on the screen. And developer, front developer, thinking about front end developer, thinking about what about user experience, and more other things, because in that it is part of marketing, and it is part of management, and etc. All that front end. But when JavaScript execute on the server and on the browser, border between front end and back end developers is slowly but sure disappear. Okay. Rendering change paradigms of programming. And here it is. We in React programming, we spoke about object method, map, filter, etc. is method of array, etc. But our syntax is totally different. Like here, it is a good example. There is no parentheses. We don't call function, but we call function only by name of that function or by name of object. And what happened next? That function on save post click dispatch post update. And post update, there is all what need. There is a complete, concretely edited post. Here it is. And if it would be all okay, we will see admin post. Navigate, send us to admin post. But for now, we are in dispatch update. Where is post update? Post update is action creator. He must create action. Action creator means that post update will create action. Here is a payload for that action. Here is a payload. And in this name, post update, is string for action type. But who combine all that? It is postsSlice. postsSlice is owner of state. postsSlice create all about Redux store. Create reducer, create action payload, create action creator, post update, create action type. Okay, dispatch post updated. What coming here? Post update coming here by reference. Here it is, by reference, and we dispatch it from this edit form, not from paste, because now we are on the edit form, and in that edit form we have content, title, ID, changed, immutable update by post state, and from that pages we send post update, but we activate by reference, we activate original, what layout in postsSlice. Post update is here imported reference to original, and we use here reference to activate original. Before, we also by reference activate on read, original on page read, in component read.js. Here we activate original on postsSlice. Before, post state, owner of post state was read component. Now owner of state post is store, is Redux store, and all about Redux store is on postsSlice. And let's go to postsSlice and to see what original update will do. postsSlice, here it is. postsSlice, import create slice. It is very important from Redux.js toolkit. It is last version of Redux. And initial state, here it is, and here is create slice coming to be important. Create slice function, create object postsSlice. And inside that, we have a name, posts. It will be part of string action type. Post/ post updated, it is a string action type. And postsSlice would create action type like that. And action, there is a payload. Here is a payload. Here is payload, action payload is ID, title, content. And we declare that in this statement, we declare it is a destructured assignment. Destructured assignment. Here it is in curly brackets. It is object. And our post is object. Every post there is a properties. It is not array, but it is object. ID, title, content. It is object. It is one concretely post what we changed in edit form. And now this is always same for similar for edit. What we here we declare constant existing post. We can call like we want, and it is a state. What state? State is postes. It is a state here. Postes. Find method, and post come in here. Come in here. And existing post, if exist, it is post what post ID equal ID. ID coming here. It is what we click. And if it is exist, we have in existing post, we have edited post. Existing post is editing post. If exist existing post, if there is a post what we edited coming here, title of that existing post equal title in our post. And here existing post dot content equal content. It is explicit, directly changed, mutate post, but we can it right here because there is IMER library in postsSlice, and IMER library will create a new state of post, and in that new state of post, updated post will have a new title and new content. Updated title and updated content. And here is it would be immutable updated posts. Our complete new posts and array posts. And here is the end of update process. The end of update process. We start from button edit post. We start from button edit post, and we click save post, and we activate one function what dispatch on save post click. Dispatch action creator, original action creator is on postsSlice, and here it is, and he have all what need to have, ID, title, and content. It is updated title and content. ID coming by address, web address. You look at in edit post form. It was look at here. Post ID is params post ID. It is from web address, but title and content coming from input title. Here is title and input text area content. Okay, you can look at it. It will be this 454 application. React Redux will be address of Git repository, Git address, repository address of this application will be in description of this video, and you can download or clone it and look at all what I didn't spoke here. postsSlice is here. We finished here. Post updated. State and action is input for reducer, and the state is original state. It is post. But action is there is an object with two properties. One is a string object type. It would be postsSlice post updated. And the other is payload, action payload. Action payload is what we receive. ID is from address, web address, and title and content what we updated in edit form. And yes, post update, the end of process. Here is the end of process. Of course, in edit form, we must have a use state, because in edit form, coming post like props, coming from post list. Coming from all coming from central state post. Let's go to see edit form. Edit post form. Edit post form. Here is we take parameter from address, and here is declare params, and here is parameter from params. We know post ID. When we know post ID, we use a selector and take state. What state? It is post. postsS. Look at here, postsS, plural. And we find in that array of object, post, in that postsS, we find by post ID, we find our post what we click, what we want to update. But we use a selector and take a complete array. We take it from central state, Redux state. In topic before, update in React, we take by props from read. Read is like here post list. Read is a list of post, and we take like props all what we need about like props. We pass our post in update by props. Here we take it by hook use selector. It means that our edit form, we subscribe to central state. And here is that subscription. Anytimes there is a changes in state, we'll activate use selector. Use selector is something like listener in state, listening in changing state, and activate re-rendering of component edit. I will speak more that compare it with compare with React, the React Redux and React Redux Thunk. In last topic, in this series of update in React, update in React Redux. Here is we update in React Redux. And of course, we must have user state. We must have use dispatch. We saw why. Use selector, we saw why. But we need use params. It is about router, from package router. And here is we need from postsSlice. It is action creator from postsSlice. But use state. Why we need use state? We have a post in for, but now it coming from central state. It is props, also props, but coming from central state, coming by use selector. Props, and we in any time use selector can take state, and that state give us posts, properties post. It is our state. That properties is our state. What interested us in this about post. And look at it is plural, posts, and posts, find post, etc. We have post by use selector, and in this situation we take only post what we clicked, and with that title and content. Here is we declare title and content, and here in use state, initial state is post title and post content, post title and post content. It is possible because we have post object, and we have all properties, and we use that possibility, that properties here, like initial state. And when we changed, we have object on title changed, on content changed, and we have changed set title and set content changed, and memorize new title and new content. And it means that props, what coming in edit, state props, what coming in edit form like props from central store, Redux store, became here state of edit for by use state, hook use state. Temporarily, hook use state, immutable update title and content after we get out from field, and after we changed title and content. And that new title and content would be, look at here, title and content. If the process is finished, if it is new, would be dispatch by action creator, would be dispatched to store. Here it is because of post ID is a parameter from address, and we declare ID, post ID. It is object, it is properties ID, it is post ID, but post updated. But when we go to look at in post updated, it is some number, it is ID. In here we must declare, because when we look it up, we look at post ID is from address. And we said it here, ID, post ID, title, and content, it is declared here, title and content. And when I go in postsSlice, here, postsSlice, look at here, post updated, action payload equal ID, title and content. Okay, this is end of this topic. Clone this application and analyze more time, write on the paper, and look at how data flow, how that ID, title, content flow, and how would be changed and updated. Look at and working by working, understanding by understanding, with lot of practice, stay long time here, longer time, more repetition, better. And it is only way to have knowledge for a long time. Thank you for watching this video.